There you go. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Ms. Higgins, let's go ahead and bring our jury in, please. All right, everyone, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Good morning.
I appreciate again you being here on time. I want to make sure again that we did not have problems or issues regarding the previous instructions concerning access to media. Any problems, any issues? All right, very well. And we will first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Mondor, M-O-N-D-O-R.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
If you would, position yourself close enough to that microphone so we can all hear you well.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Sure, so I'm Dr. Edward Mondor, E-D-W-A-R-D, M-O-N-D-O-R.
And Doctor, what do you do for a living?
So I'm an entomologist. I'm the sole proprietor of Fear Lab, LLC, that stands for Forensic Entomology Applied Research. And I'm also an associate professor of biology at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia.
Can you tell what an entomologist is?
Sure. So an entomologist, one that studies insects. They study insect life cycles, behavior. They identify what different types of insects are for many different types of purposes: agricultural purposes, pest control, and in this case, medical legal issues.
Can you describe your education and experience related to entomology?
Sure. So I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from Brandon University in Brandon, Manitoba, Canada. I have a Master's in Zoology degree from the University of Alberta in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I have a PhD in biology from Simon Fraser University in Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. I then did a postdoctoral appointment at the University of Calgary in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I split time with University of California, Davis in Davis, California. I did a postdoctoral appointment at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin. I then got hired as a junior entomologist at the University of Hawaii in Kapaa, Hawaii. And since 2006, I was hired as an assistant professor at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. I've been tenured and promoted to associate professor, and that's my current position today.
Have you been in Georgia then?
I've been in Georgia 2006.
And you indicated that your proprietary business deals with forensic entomology and research. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does your research include this geographical area, meaning the southeastern portion of Georgia?
It does.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that's in the field of entomology?
Correct.
Are there required certifications or licenses required for practicing specifically in your field?
No required certifications or licenses to be an entomologist, forensic entomologist.
Is that why you do schooling and training?
Correct.
Okay. And how long have you been an entomologist and studying to become one?
I've been an entomologist now. My first research project, I've been conducting research. So I've been conducting insect research projects now for 31 years. I've been doing forensic entomology case 18 years.
Have you published any peer-reviewed articles, delivered scientific or taught university lectures in entomology and forensic entomology?
I have. So at this current point, and I say that because a resume or a CV is always a living document. It changes week to week. At this current point, I have approximately 45 peer-reviewed articles, and approximately 7 of those are based around entomology topics. for presentations that I've given to conferences, different audiences, both between myself and the students in my lab that I oversee. I have presented 170 different presentations. 57 of those are about forensic entomology topics. I also teach courses based on entomology. For example, at Georgia Southern University, I teach a non-majors entomology course called Insects and People. I also teach a majors course called Insectology, where we deal with insects, identification, cycles, behavior, and I routinely teach a course to both biology undergraduates and graduates cross-listed called Forensic Biology. In that Forensic Biology, we have a whole unit on forensic entomology, which consists of both lecture and lab.
Have you ever previously testified as an expert witness in forensic entomology in a court of law?
I have. So I've testified in Chatham County in a forensic entomology case there in 2013.
And in that case, were you qualified as an expert in the field of forensic entomology?
I was.
And did that include the analysis of the insects and the use of that in the court presentation?
Correct. So that was a civil case, and yes, I was confirmed as an entomologist.
Can you briefly explain what forensic entomology is as it is applied to the context of death investigations?
Sure. So forensic entomology is kind of a wide-ranging field. There's different areas or subspecialties of forensic entomology. They really break down into 3 different types. One is stored product pests. Those are insects that infest food supplies, whether it's rice, grits, flour, etc. The second is urban cases. Those are cases that involve places in cities, schools, hospitals, prisons. If you buy a house that's got termites infested with it, you might call it forensic entomologist. This case here is what we call medical legal. That involves insects that are infesting either living or deceased individuals.
And you indicated that you testified in a civil setting, is that correct?
Correct.
So does your work cover both civil and criminal potentially in courtrooms?
It does. I have done both civil and criminal cases.
Okay. Do you work specifically for law enforcement or only in the capacity that you described?
I do not. I do not work for law enforcement.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce Dr. Mondor as an expert in the field of forensic entomology and the analysis of the substances, the insects, in relation to this case.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions and no objection.
All right, then he is so qualified as an expert in the field of forensic entomology. You may continue.
Now, can you tell the jury what specifically you were asked to do in connection with this case?
Sure. So for any forensic entomology case, the reason we like to use insects is because in many situations, you can't really use other things about the body to determine what we say colloquially, time of death. We don't really determine a time of death. What we do as forensic entomologists is we determine a time of colonization. That is, when do the insects first come to the body and lay their eggs on the body and develop to the stages that are then eventually found. So the reason we can use insects in these cases is really because of 2 main things. One is insects can't regulate their body temperature like we can. They're dependent on the external environment. So we use a fancy term in biology called poikilothermic. Growing up, we always used to refer to that as cold-blooded, right? They're cold-blooded, they can't regulate their body temperature, they're reliant on the external temperature. So we can use them in effect like a biological clock because their development is strictly dependent on the temperature of the environment in which they are raised. The second thing that really helps us out with forensic entomology is they have a skeleton on the outside of the body as opposed to ours, which is on the inside. As a result, like a crab, they have to crack the old one off and develop a new one, so they grow in very discrete steps. And every step is completely different from every other step, so they're much easier to identify. So in this case, what we did was we had insect evidence that was collected, and I analyzed the insect evidence to see approximately how long it would take for them to get to that stage that was found.
Okay, so if we can go back to December 5th of 2022, did you receive a telephone call in connection with this case?
I did.
And without telling us exactly what was said, did you speak with any members of law enforcement?
I did.
As a result of that conversation, did you give them any guidance with respect to collecting the specimen that you ultimately examined in this case?
I did.
And did that conversation discuss how, in fact, they were to do so?
Correct.
And was that in real time?
Correct.
When you were giving those instructions, ultimately, did you anticipate receiving a sample?
I did.
Did law enforcement tell you any particulars about the case other than that they were submitting a forensic insect sample to you?
They did not.
Okay. At some point, did you receive any photographs?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to view those photographs?
I did.
Your Honor, I am not going to publish, but I'm just going to show the witness 1.1AA, which I am showing to counsel now. May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the segment of that photograph that is in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, you can just turn down if that's
Okay.
okay. Was that one of the photographs or what you received?
I believe it was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, when you received the photographs, did you ultimately receive also a, quote, live sample? Or not live, but processed sample, perhaps is a
I
better
received
phrasing.
a process sample, so they were all dead at the time, correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury exactly how that sample gets to that condition?
Sure. So when, no, I can't say when I talked with somebody. So when I received that sample, what you all do with insect samples, especially if you have insect larvae, which are maggots, what we call them, the first thing you should always do is you should put them in boiling water. The reason you put them in boiling water is so then they don't start curling up and they're difficult to measure, they're difficult to identify. It kills a lot of bacteria on them. Once they're done in the water, you then put them into alcohol, which preserves them, and as long as preserved, they will last almost indefinitely. So those are the samples that I received, were the ones that have been preservative inside a jar.
And were they in a condition that was so for you to examine and analyze them?
Yes.
For lack of being graphic, you indicated that they would curl up potentially. What condition do they remain in if they are processed in boiling water and subsequently placed into alcohol?
They will be very nice and straight and long, and so if anybody wants to measure them, they can measure them, and they're much, much easier to identify as well.
And that process, does it do anything with respect to their life cycle?
It stops it. So as soon as you put them in the boiling water, it kills them almost instantly, and that stops, again, what we call that biological clock. So that is the point from which we start to work backwards to figure out that time of colonization, when the insects first come to lay the eggs on those remains.
And do you know the portion of human remains from which this was recovered?
Could
sample.
you rephrase that?
Do you know where the maggots were recovered from that were provided to you by observing that photograph?
So the maggots that were recovered were collected from where the leg appeared to be separated from the rest of the body. In the photograph, you can see that there is extensive insect colonization, once again, insect larvae, what we call maggots, on that portion of the leg that is exposed.
Can you tell us what MPMI means?
Sure. So a minimum post-mortem interval estimate is what we really try to evaluate. A lot of people are under the misapprehension that we try to estimate a time of death. We don't. Really, medical doctors are ones that estimate what a time of death is. When we determine what our time of colonization is, so when those insects come and lay the egg on the body, that duration of time then, from that time of colonization to when they found the body, so what we always say, death to discovery, that's our minimum post-mortem interval estimate. So it's an interval, it's a length of time, and we always say minimum because we determine that the person has been deceased at least that long.
And in performing that analysis, would it be fair to say that that would have been when they would have been exposed to the actual insects to lay the eggs on the remains?
That's correct.
Now, when you received those photographs, tell the jury what you did with the photographs first.
So with the photographs, and I also believe what I did is I always look at the photographs, right? So the first thing you have to do is you have to look at the photographs, see if there's anything in that photograph that might not be in the sample, right? So once we get the sample, we always want to have the photographs so we can go back to the photographs and actually verify that there isn't some later stage observable in the photograph that wasn't collected at the scene.
So to be fair, I believe your testimony was that there were quite a bit of insect activity at that portion of, would it be fair to say, the thigh?
Correct.
Okay, and so would that demonstrate more than one maggot to look at visually with the naked eye for you to observe?
Absolutely.
And did you do that in the fashion you just described to determine if potentially there was a maggot at a different life cycle stage?
Correct.
So could they be growing at different rates?
Correct.
And did you ascertain and ensure that that information that you were looking at was accurate to what you observed?
Correct. So from the photograph that I have and the sample that I collected, I did not see any later stages in the sample as opposed to in the photograph.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury, when you received that, did that come also with the sample itself, the processed sample?
Sorry, could you restate that?
Did the photographs come to you separately, or did you get them all at the same time, if you know?
I believe I got them separately.
Okay. So you received the photographs and ultimately then received the sample?
Correct.
Okay. And when you received the sample, was the sample in a fashion that you could analyze it?
Correct.
Tell the jury what you did when you received the physical sample.
So when you receive the physical sample, the first thing you do is you have to identify what the insects are. You also have to know what the stage of the insect is. So the first process that we always do is we do what we call morphological identification. Fancy term, we put the insects under a microscope, and using a dichotomous key, we go through the different traits that the larvae have and identify them to species. We also wanted to be doubly sure that we knew what we had and it was the right species that we had keyed it out to, so we also did genetic analyses. And the genetic analyses did confirm what we found under the microscope.
When you say genetic analyses, would it be fair to say that's DNA?
It is correct.
And in this case, that would be the maggot DNA?
Correct.
So you looked at them first under a microscope, and then subsequently you actually took the DNA from the specimen that you received?
Correct.
And in this case, did you determine what species of insect you had before you?
Yes.
What type was it?
So it was a common blowfly that we have in this area, which is in insect order Diptera, family Califoridae, and the name is Lucilia soriulaviridi. Very difficult name to pronounce, literally translates as blue-green.
So that's the blowfly that you were describing?
Correct.
And in this case, was that the only species?
That was the only species. Everything we identified morphologically and genetically came out to that one single species.
Is that always the case?
It is not.
And in this case, did that make it in any way easier for you or harder?
It was actually easier because then we only need to construct one thermal summation model.
Okay, so based on the fact that there was just one species, you were able to do your model based only on that life cycle?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the typical life cycle for and I will not try to pronounce that scientific name, for the blowfly that you found here?
Yeah, so the blowflies, so those ones are very, very common in this area. In fact, all throughout South Georgia, that's probably the most common blowfly that we have. In many experiments that we've done personally in our lab, that tends to be the dominant blowfly. We can also find it through all seasons of the year. That fly will come, of course, you have males and females. They're sexual, they mate. The female then will come to the body. She will lay her egg on that body. The egg then hatches and goes through different larval instars. So those are the maggots, right? So first stage, what we call first instar. It then molts, goes to the second instar. Molts goes to the third instar. Those are the big maggots. That's the last stage. After that, we get the pupal stage. That's like the cocoon of the butterfly. And then after the pupal stage, the adult fly comes out of that pupal stage.
Now, you've used the word molt when referencing the shifting from one phase to the other. Can you tell the jury what molting means?
Sure. So molting is basically cracking off that old exoskeleton and forming a new one underneath it. So they grow not gradually like we do, but very discrete steps and stages.
And can you actually see the difference of what they look like at each of those stages visually?
Correct, you can.
And can you then subsequently confirm that microscopically?
We do.
Did you in this case?
Yes, and that's how we actually identify or confirm the different ages, is microscopically.
Now, can you explain the scientific methodology that you utilized to arrive at your minimum post-mortem interval?
Sure, so there's really 4 different things that you need in order to determine what we call an MPMI, right? And we'll use that phrase for shorthand. You need to know the species of the insect. You need to know the age of the insect, so what instar is it? You need to know the temperature conditions of where that body was located. You then have to have somebody who has raised that particular species in the lab before to know how long it takes to get to those different stages at different temperatures. And then once you have those 4 things, you can build your thermal degree model to figure out what that time of colonization was, which of course leads to that MPMI estimate.
And in your analysis in this case, I believe you have already testified that you determined what type of insect it was.
Correct.
Did you then have the ability to make a determination as to the stage of life of these maggots that you received?
I did.
And what was that?
They were 3rd instars, the oldest stage. So there was multiple stages. There were 2nd instars and there were 3rd instars. So they were all maggots in that maggot stage.
Okay. And so at that point, when you determined the species and the age of the insects, did you do anything with respect to obtaining air temperatures and the climate surrounding their recovery?
I did. So I went online and got air temperatures for the closest weather station that was close to where the remains were found. I went to an online site called MesoWest. It's done by the Department of Atmospheric Sciences at the University of Utah. They basically take National Weather Service data, which is part of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That is considered to be the best weather data that we have. I got the weather data from there and used that in my thermal summation model to figure out how long it would take the insects to develop to that stage.
And to be fair, you used the word estimate.
Correct.
Is forensic entomology able to give a precise moment of when an egg was laid on human remains?
And it is not. That's a lot of what we see on TV. You can't have an exact estimate because there's always variability associated with it. So every time we come up with a minimum postmortem interval, we always say that it's an estimate. It can, though, depending upon the situation, be pretty accurate, especially when there's no other methods that we can use to estimate what that postmortem interval is.
So would it be fair to say that when you provide an estimate, you give a range?
That's correct.
And is that range in hours, minutes, days? How does that work?
Because I do my thermal summation model in accumulated degree days, I tend to give my variation also in days.
Okay. And did you do that in this case as well?
I did.
Based on your analysis of the developmental stages of these insect species, what is your expert opinion regarding the minimum postmortem interval for the deceased?
Can I refer to my notes?
Actually, Your Honor, I may just approach first. I'm showing counsel 1.100. I'm going to hand you what is marked for that exhibit and ask you if you recognize that.
Perfect. Yes. And in fact, this is the same report that I brought with me today.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're working off of one that remains in the courtroom.
Correct.
What is that document that's in your hand?
This is the estimation of the minimum postmortem interval collected from the human remains that I always produce after I actually do an actual case for law enforcement.
And did you generate that report that you're holding 1.100?
Yes.
Is that a true, accurate, and complete copy of the report that you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd seek to tender 1.100.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
Why do you do a report?
I do a report largely for situations like this when it may turn into something much larger than just wanting to know what the minimum postmortem interval is.
Okay.
For many of the cases that we do, it's families that might just seek closure knowing how long their deceased has been deceased. In other cases, it might turn into civil or criminal matters.
Okay. So in all of the cases that you handle, do you always testify?
I do not.
In fact, more often than not, do you testify or not?
More often than not, I do not.
Okay. Can you tell us in the course of your experience, approximately how many postmortem intervals you think you've estimated?
So at this point now, between cases that I've done reports for or just consulted on with other forensic entomologists, approximately 40 cases.
Okay. And did you have to follow those same procedures in every single step that you just described here?
For the ones that are generating reports, yes.
Okay. And now we had gotten to that question based on your analysis of the materials that you received in this case, both the photographs and the physical sample. What is your expert opinion regarding the minimum postmortem interval for the deceased?
So mathematically, when we calculate what that time of colonization is, it comes to November the 28th, 2022. Like I said, there's always a range associated with that, and the range is November 27th to 29th, 2022.
So your estimate includes the dates of November 27th, 28th, and 29th of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, did you know when you generated that date from law enforcement exactly when her remains were recovered?
The only thing that I do at that point was when the leg with the insects on it was recovered.
So you didn't know that her torso had been recovered on December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Did you know that her other leg was recovered on December 3rd of 2022?
I did not.
Did you know that her head was buried?
I did not.
Did you even know that it was found?
I don't think I did.
Okay. And did anybody show you any video surveillance footage of a motor vehicle coming to that vicinity on November 29th of 2022?
No.
And the methods that you've described for your procedure here, are those the standard practices that are utilized by forensic entomologists across the country?
Yes, so determining species IDs or the identification of the species using a microscope, genetic analyses, that's standard procedure. Also, thermal summation models using accumulated degree days, using temperatures is standard procedure for the field.
If I can have just a moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning, Dr. Mondor.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I'd just like to ask you a few questions. In your report, Exhibit 1.100, I believe you have it in front of you, correct?
Correct.
You state that, let me see here, the average temperature of the environment that you found online was 15.7 degrees C during the 2 weeks prior to the discovery of the remains, correct?
Correct.
And you state that 22 degrees C is the closest insect rearing temperature available in the literature, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's that difference in temperature in degrees C?
That's a math question.
I'm sorry, if I said it was 6.3 degrees C, would that be about right?
I would agree to that.
Okay. And to turn that into American, that's about 11 degrees F, right?
That's possible.
Okay. So are your calculations based on that literature that showed it at 22 degrees C?
Correct.
Okay. How would your estimate, or could your estimate be different because it was 15.7 degrees C instead of 22?
So what we always do when we do a forensic entomology estimate is we always use the closest temperature the closest rearing temperature to what that field temperature was. In this case, for this particular species, the closest rearing temperature that had been done previously to this field temperature was 22 degrees Celsius.
But it wasn't 22 degrees C at the site, correct? At the site where the leg was found.
Correct.
It was 15.7 degrees C, correct?
Correct.
And you could not find literature showing 15.7 degrees C.
That's correct.
So it's possible that your estimate could be off because 15.7 versus 22?
There's always variability, correct.
Okay. In addition, you write, and if I'm reading this wrong, just let me know, this ADD, that's average degree days, correct?
Could you point me to a
Sure.
particular page?
In that same analysis section of your report on page, I believe it's labeled page 5 of 7,
Okay.
that same section,
Mm-hmm.
near the bottom of the page,
Okay.
you state this ADD value is based on a fly population from a mixed hardwood forest in Oakwood, Georgia.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know where Oakwood, Georgia is?
I do. It's in North Georgia.
Right. It's near the Falcons training camp, I believe. So it's in North Georgia. North Georgia and Oakwood, that's at a higher altitude than us here down on the coast, correct?
Correct.
It also says that it is from a mixed hardwood forest, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the forest was like where the remains were found?
I do not.
If that forest were a pine forest or a planting of pine trees, that's different than a hardwood forest, correct?
It is.
Could the fact that the analysis that you had to reference was from a hardwood forest versus a pine forest, could that make a difference in colonization?
It would be unlikely.
What about the difference in altitude between Oakwood, Georgia and the coast?
You definitely get geographic differences between different fly populations in different species. Once again, what you always try to do is you always try to use the data from a population that's as close to you as possible. In this case, the literature from Oakwood, Georgia was the closest fly population possible that we could use.
Does colonization, am I using the right term with colonization?
Correct.
Okay. Does the colonization vary depending on whether the remains were in the sun or in the shade?
It can.
And when you use that colonization information that you were able to find from Oakwood, Georgia, do you know whether that was performed in Oakwood in the sun or the shade?
So to clarify, this experiment that was done, this was a fly population that was collected from Oakwood, Georgia. The rearing was actually done in the laboratory. And I know this because I'm actually an author on that paper.
Okay. So but it does make a difference if it's sun or shade, correct?
It could.
Do you know whether the leg was found in the sun or the shade?
I don't.
So you didn't factor that into your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
As if I'm repeating what you've already testified. Can the colonization be delayed if the body was wrapped or in plastic or buried?
Correct.
And how might that affect the colonization?
Or buried or somehow restricts access. They call it a minimum postmortem interval to say that the person has been deceased at least that long.
And again, your might be different. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Your minimum interval, that is an estimate to the best of your ability, correct?
That's correct.
That is not exact.
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave a range, right, doctor?
Correct.
Does that,
Conditions, if there's flies in the equipment, how close the flies were, anything that might restrict it. So it always is a range. As we say, we can't have an exact time, but yes, there's definitely a range.
and that 3-day period, is that what builds in that range?
It does, with assuming all the variables that we have and the best information that we have.
I have nothing further.
Yes.
Briefly, does that range account for all of the differences that we discussed today? For example, the change in altitude, the different location of where the study found, the temperature difference between the study and at the remains, the possibility of the remains being wrapped, the possibility of the remains being moved.
If they had been wrapped or moved, then it would not be in that variation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
Okay.
You're good. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
The state calls more Paddock.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would please, before the seat, if you would please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would please have a seat, and if you will position yourself where you're closer to that microphone, that'll help us hear you. Thank you.
Could you state your name, please?
Morgan Paddock,
Would you please spell your name for the court report?
Morganpaddock,
Ms. Paddock, where do you live?
in Savannah, Georgia.
Ordinarily, I don't ask witnesses for a precise address. In this case, the precise address is important. Where do you live?
1130 East 68th Street.
How long have you lived there?
About 5.5 years.
How are you employed?
I work at a church,
What's your job at the church?
a local outreach director.
Now, what is that church?
Community Bible Church.
And what does your position require you to do?
I work with families in the community, working with kids for school programs, tutoring, mom's discipleship, and getting people in church connected to local ministry partners that serve the community.
And how long have you done that?
1.5 years.
Are you involved with any profit organizations in the area?
Yes, I work with lots of different nonprofits, from working with kids. All of our ministry partners are nonprofits. Work with the church, so everything from helping kids with food to mentoring kids in the community, numerous things.
Married?
I am.
Do you have children?
Stepson.
I'm going to show you a graph. States number 2.2. And ask if you're familiar with what's depicted in that photograph.
I am.
How do you know that person?
That's my friend Mindi. We met in Europe when I was in school.
What's Mindy's name?
Kassotis.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict?
Yes, it does.
Well, I'll tender this time. State the number 2.2. Objection. Now, how long did you know Mindy?
I met Mindi at the end of 1996, beginning of 1997.
How did you meet?
We were in youth group together at a church in Covington, Louisiana. So we were in Bible studies, youth choir, youth trips, things like that.
Described her as a close friend.
She was a close friend.
When did your friendship begin? The close friendship between the.
Well, in high school and youth group, we did everything together. On the weekends, we hung out. We were on the trips together. She was a year younger than me, so I graduated a year before her. And I would say we were close friends then, but we became closer after she moved to Savannah.
Where did you go to school together?
I went to Mandeville High School, and she went to Blue High School, so we were rival high school.
But it's in general area?
Yes.
What town was that?
Mandeville, Louisiana.
When did you get married?
I have been married twice. My first marriage was in 2010 in Louisiana.
And did Mindy attend that wedding?
She did come in for that wedding.
Are you familiar with the person to whom she married?
Yes, I did.
That person's name?
Notice.
How many times did you meet that person?
I only actually met him time because we were supposed to go to the wedding, and it was this weekend as Hurricane Matthew, Savannah, and so we're unable.
So you planned to attend her wedding but couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
That wedding.
That would have been in October. I think it was, oh gosh, when did Matthew hit? October of 2016.
Would you recognize Nick Kassotis if you saw him?
Yes, I would.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Would you please point to that person? And Your Honor, if you'll let the record reflect, please identify the defendant.
It does.
Did Mindy and the defendant ever have occasion to visit you here in Savannah?
One time, they were visiting, they had family that lived in Hilton Head area, and so they were close to and popped in the summertime.
Now you described that your friendship became closer as the friendship developed over time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Would the two of you talk about important personal matters?
All the time, yes.
And each consider the other as a good and close personal friend?
Yes, correct.
Would you share your deepest feelings with each other?
We would.
When Mindy was no longer in your immediate presence and you would have to communicate long distance, how would you typically communicate with her?
Well, there's two different times where we were in long distance with each other. So after I moved away from Savannah, when she moved there in college, we text or call occasionally. After she married, we would text or call, but then there came a point where we were only allowed to communicate on Signal app.
What did Mindi share with you about why it was important to communicate that way?
Because it was important that our conversations not be intercepted or able to be read by anyone, because there were dangerous people that were after her and Nick, and it was a protection level to make sure that our conversations stayed private.
Did she tell you about the anticipation of receiving a large amount of money?
Yes, she said that Nick was involved in some sort of software development, and that when it sold, it was going to be for a large sum of money, and it was life-changing money, like money that she could not wait to do good with. But it was always, someday when this money comes, these are the things that I want to do.
Did she mention to you anything about a security team?
Yes, there was a security team that she always talked about Nick talking to the security team, and the security team told Nick. She told me that they had to have video surveillance van outside down the street. Nick could never leave the house without a security detail with him. They had to have, there were often meetings with the security team to just talk about their safety and what the protocols were.
How did you learn about her death?
I learned about her death because a friend of mine had reached out to me in February of 23 and asked me if I had heard from Mindi, and it had been some time that I had heard from her, because she said that they might have to go dark for security reasons and that she would reach out to me when she was safe again. She called and asked me if I had heard from Mindi or heard anything of Mindi, because a mutual friend of hers had called and said that Nick had called him and said that Mindi had died. And I didn't understand, couldn't find anything about it. And then on May the 12th of 2023, my friend texted me and said, I have some sad news, and she sent me the GBI article identifying Mindi's body.
After learning about her death, what did you do? Did you reach out to the GBI?
I did, because as I was talking with Mindi through Signal app, there were a couple of times where I thought it was against my better judgment, but there were just some crazy things being said that I felt like I needed to screenshot just in case anything ever happened to her and Nick, that I would be able to give someone something. And so I had a few screenshots of conversations that I reached out to share.
After her death, did you determine where Mindi was living before her death?
Yes.
Where was that?
3 streets down from me,
Do you remember the street?
65th Street,
And that's how far away from where you lived?
0.8 miles from my front door.
And during the entire time that she lived here in Savannah, did she ever contact you and let you know she was living here?
I didn't know she was here.
Is that unusual?
Yes, it would be unusual, except that one, if she thought she was in danger, she would never put me in danger. And
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because I knew that she said that she had to go dark. I knew that she would reach out and trusted she would reach out when she felt safe. So I'm not surprised that she didn't reach out. It just tells me that it wasn't in a place that she felt like she could yet.
After learning of her death, did you drive by where she lived?
I did, but ironically, I drive by that house all the time anyway.
I'm showing you what's already been admitted into evidence, the state's exhibit 2.27. Do you recognize this house?
I do.
What is this house?
It's 311 East 65th Street.
where Mindi lived?
Mhm.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.47. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the route between my house to where she was living.
And it shows where you live and shows where she lives?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the route between your house and her house?
That's exactly.
I move to admit State's Exhibit number 2.47.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
That's all the questions that I have.
Good morning, Ms. Paddock. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis in this case. Mindi insisted to you that you use the Signal app to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And again, why did she say that you must communicate over Signal?
For security reasons.
So Mindi told you that their lives were in danger, correct?
Correct.
And she had to communicate over Signal in order to keep her safe, correct?
Correct.
Did Mindi ever lie to you?
Not to my knowledge.
Mindi told you that Nick Kassotis couldn't leave the house without security, correct?
Correct.
Mindi told you that she had meetings with Nick's security team?
Not that she had meetings. Nick was always the one that was meeting with people.
Okay.
Everything was Nick said, Nick said.
But Mindi told you that she was in genuine fear of her life and of Nick's life, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. You can- Please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Samantha Kolesnik to the stand.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you would, please, raise your right hand and face the clerk, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. Please have a seat. And you see that microphone there?
Yes.
If you would try to sit close to that so
Yes.
we can hear you.
Ma'am, can you please tell the court reporter your full name and how you spell it?
Yes. My full name is Samantha Kolesnik. Should I spell my first name too?
Yes, please.
Spell my first name Samantha. Last name is Kolesnik.
I'm going to ask you if you have any trouble at any time and you need to take a moment, just let us know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us, without giving us an exact address, where do you live?
I live in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. And can you tell us just a town? Or rather the area? What's the big city near there?
Lancaster County,
Okay.
near Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And what do you do for work now?
I work full-time at a software company, a technology company.
Okay. And do you do anything on the side to earn money?
I do. I do various artistic endeavors. I write. Sometimes I make independent films.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
Many years now. I mean, over 5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you doing that back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And does that writing of books and work that you described, does that give you an online presence?
Yes.
Would that be how you try to sell or distribute some of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you published?
Yes.
How many books have you published?
I think 4, and then I've had short fiction published in many different books, many different anthologies.
You done any movies?
Yes, but nothing big, just little independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your work has gained some traction?
Yes, I'd say a small following. Nothing. I'm not like a big known person or anything like that. No.
Okay. What type of genre do you write?
Mainly horror, fiction. Some people call it like dark fiction and horror. Those kinds of stories.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what is a pen name?
A pen name is, in a general sense, just a name somebody might use to write books that's not their real name, that's not their their legal name, on their ID.
Is that common in the author community?
Very common.
Okay. So when you were selling books, did you sell them online as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that capacity, did you have occasion to meet an individual that went by the name of Nick Stark?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you first became acquainted with Nick Stark?
In late September 2022, I had a pub Twitter, it was then called Twitter, profile to where, as an author, to where I sometimes sold books, and I had sent a public tweet saying I was selling signed books on my website, and Stark, he had I think it was the username either Nick Morfox or KJ Stark at that time in Twitter. He messaged me to let me know that he had bought 4 of my books, like all 4 that were for sale. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the first time that you met him?
Well, I didn't even meet him at that time. It was the first time that, he was directly communicating to me online.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the first communication, even if it wasn't a face-to-face meeting?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you said there was a Twitter named KJ Stark.
Yeah, he had several different Twitter names, so I can't be positive which it was, but it was either Nick Morfox, which I believe was his pen name, or KJ Stark. I believe it would be one of those two.
Okay. And at that time that you first interacted with him, did you ultimately have the ability to recover those tweets and provide them to law
Yes.
enforcement? Okay. So they're here and available for you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not he was also writing?
He told me he was a writer. know to like what extent. I don't think he had been published as of yet, or maybe he had a short story or two published. I think he was a short fiction writer primarily.
Do you know what kind of genre he wrote?
The same, to my knowledge, horror, dark fiction.
So initially, you said you met him by way of digital message online in late September of 2022.
Yes.
Did that conversation continue after you first interacted with him on the purchase of your books?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that progressed in terms of the conversation.
Yeah, well, the messages were not a whole lot at first. At first, I really didn't even understand why he felt the need to message me, because a lot of people don't message when they buy books, they just buy it. But, you know, I said, thank you for buying my books, something to that effect. And then he just he messaged again, and he just kept messaging. And then we just started engaging in small talk, like off and on through October, but not a whole lot of messages at that time. Very light conversation, I would say, in October of 2022, and all on Twitter direct messages.
So those conversations were all online, nothing in person?
Correct.
Okay. Did that time period between September and October of 22 ever graduate to phone calls?
Not in October, to my knowledge. I think the first time we had a phone call was in November of 2022.
Okay, so at some point it progressed from text messages to the actual phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and when you spoke with him over the phone, do you remember, you said that was in November, you believe?
Yes,
Okay.
November 2022.
Did the relationship change from light banter at any point to something more romantic?
I think so, yeah. It became, you know, flirtatious and more, I'd say, emotionally charged.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would that be part of what ultimately yielded phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely. Mhm.
Okay. Did there come a time when you met him in person for the first time?
I met him in person for the first time December 16th, 2022.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
In Pennsylvania.
So he came to you?
That is correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know why he was in Pennsylvania?
Well, he said that he was taking a long drive for a work trip to Missouri, and then he said that he could drive from Missouri from his work trip. He said he was like working in legal compliance to Pennsylvania, and he also said that he would end up in Delaware because he was working on a big merger and acquisition, and they were having that in Delaware, which would be, Delaware is very close to Pennsylvania. You know, it's a short drive away.
Did you know where he lived at the time in December of 2022?
He said he was living in Georgia.
Okay, so it was your understanding he was going from Georgia to Missouri, and then from Missouri down to Delaware, and he'd stop by you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say stop by because it's quite out of the way. He said yes, he was driving from Georgia to Missouri because he had something for work that he had to do. And he was driving because he had his dog with him, named Rusty, just a big dog, and I'm sorry, I don't know the breed. And then he said that he would love to meet me and he would drive, since he was already on the road, from Missouri to Pennsylvania. I did push back and say that's a big drive. I don't know, that's a lot of expectation. You know, it feels like when somebody drives that long of a distance. And he, you know, paraphrasing here, he basically said, you know, I'm gonna, you know, drive out to see you, and I want to meet you, and you know, if you don't like me, I'll just drive back. You know, he made it very, he persisted, and you know, made it very like low pressure from my point of view.
Okay. And at that point, would it be fair to say you had met him at the end of September? How long, I say met, online?
Talked online. Mm-hmm.
How long had it been since you started talking to him to when he came to your place, December 16th, approximately?
I'm not sure I understand. That was the time frame. So he started talking to me online, Twitter direct messages in September, and then the first time that I ever met him in person was December 16th.
Okay, so about 2 months roughly?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what was your marital status?
I was separated. I'd already filed for divorce and moving from my marital home to my own home at that time. And I moved in November of 2022.
Okay. And in that time, before you met Mr. Stark, were you concerned that you had met him online?
Yes. Yes, I was. And I had, even asked him, about that and said that I was concerned because I was newly single and, living basically alone. And, he had provided some documentation to me, I think, to, kind of comfort me and assure me that, he was who he said he was. He sent selfies, he sent some other documents as well, just to verify his identity, and it did comfort me that I thought he was who he said he was.
Okay. Did you ask for his driver's license?
Yes, I did.
Did he send it?
Yes,
Did you ask for something from his employment?
I did at one point, but I did not ask for that then. I asked for that later. Yep.
Did you ultimately receive both the driver's license and his employment verification, for lack of a better way to phrase that?
Yes, I received a copy of his driver's license, which said Nicholas Stark on it, like a photocopy. I received an employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at. Should I say the other things that I received
Let's
to
just stop
verify?
there for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, if that's okay, and show the witness what I have physically marked as 1.84 and 1.86. I'm going to show them on the teleprompter after, but you will have a copy here. You'll be able to also see them on the screen.
Should I look at them?
Yes,
or-
please do.
Okay.
Do you recognize 1.84, the first document I handed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This would be the employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at.
Okay. And is that a exact duplicate of the document that you received? Just a copy?
I believe so, yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.84.
Any objection? No objections.
And 1.86, the next document in your hand, do you recognize?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a photocopy of his driver's license, which says Nicholas Stark on it.
Okay. And what state is that from?
Georgia.
And do you recognize that to be the document that he sent you of his driver's license?
Yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.86 as well.
Any objection? It is admitted.
You can hold the right
Oh,
there. At
okay.
this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish 1.84.
Okay.
Does that reference a company name of APIS? APIS?
Yes.
And if I scroll to the bottom here, does it indicate also when Mr. Stark began working? Does it also indicate to you an email address at the very bottom where you could contact if there were questions?
Yes.
And what was the @ portion of that?
apislimited.com.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the driver's license. If we can probably turn it off in between. Thank you. I'm now publishing 1.86. One moment. There you go. Is that the copy of the Georgia driver's license you received?
Yes.
And that was a name of Nicholas Stark on there, correct?
Yes.
Does it say the expiration date on that top right side?
Yes, it says June 3rd, 2030.
And was that a photograph of Mr. Stark?
Yes.
As you knew him?
Yep, yes.
Thank you.
Although I will say I don't think he had the beard when I met him, so that difference.
Okay.
Yep.
So he sent you those two documents at varying times, and you believe that he was Nick Stark? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he use any other names? I know you said he used that pen name. Was that Nick Moorfox?
Yeah, I believe he had the pen name Nick Moorfox that he published short fiction under.
Okay.
That was like his author pen name.
Do you know if he had changed his name in any other way?
No.
Those are the only two names that you know.
That's correct. I mean, he had the other username KJ Stark, but he told me his he had two middle, like Killian James was like his full, yeah. So I just assumed that was the KJ Stark.
Okay.
But no, he never told me he had another last name different than Stark.
Did you ever know the name Nicholas James Kassotis?
No.
Now, you indicated that at the time you were in the process of a divorce. You'd already been separated. Did you know Mr. Stark's marital status?
I believed I had. He told me that he was a widower and that he had lost his wife and his unborn child about 2 years prior, and that they had both died in a hospital.
And he told you that when?
He told me that he first referenced that his wife had passed away in October of 2022 in Twitter direct messages.
He told you that in October of 2022?
Yes, in on Twitter in the direct messages.
Did you subsequently determine that that was not correct? Meaning, did you find out from law enforcement that that was not the case?
Oh, I found out from law enforcement that was not the case on the date of his arrest, and that was not until May 2023.
So when you first met KJ Stark via tweet, that was communicated to you through a tweet?
So the tweets are like public, but we were communicating through the Twitter direct messages or like private messages, like similar to like if you were talking just like a text message, but just on Twitter.
Okay. I'm going to try and make this a little bit easier. Your Honor, I have 1.93, 1.94, 1.95, sequentially through 1.99. So 1.93 through 1.99. May I? Yes, sir. Now, I'm actually going to put these up on the screen, if I may, Your Honor, so I'll seek to tender them first. I'm going to hand you exhibits 1.93 through 1.99. Can you just take a look at them and tell us if you recognize them?
I do.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what you provided to law enforcement in conjunction with this case?
Yes, I believe I provided more than this too, but yes, these I did provide. Mhm.
Okay. And are those just exact duplicates of what you've turned over, just not in color?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I seek to introduce 1.93 through 1.99.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're all admitted. There's a total of 7 exhibits, but they are admitted without objection.
I'm now going to open and publish Exhibit 1.93, Slide 1. Would it be fair to say that that's what you have in front of you is 1.93?
Yes.
I'm going to scroll in here. See the name of the tweet that was sent from to you?
Yes,
Is that what you were referring to earlier, September 1st speaking with Stark?
that's correct.
Okay. And sort of an announcement, public page about you selling the books?
Correct.
Okay. And as a result, is that why or when you received rather the response from Mr. Stark concerning the purchase of the books that you were selling?
Yes. So what he's done here is he took like my public tweet and he kind of like quote tweeted in a message and then wrote his message beneath it. Yep.
Would that be the message that he sent to you?
Yes.
And when was that?
September 24th.
Post that he sent to you. Communicate with you? If you look at the top of this post, was he aware that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier that that's not common. Is that correct?
Your books, but it is. I wouldn't say it's common.
Okay. So I'm now going to go to number 7. That would be 1.94. Just so we're clear, the gray writing and the pink writing that is displayed on the screen, who is
Writing is Nick.
and the pink?
That's me.
Okay. And just if we could specifically at this first paragraph about losing his wife.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so if I were to read the line, in the last 3 years, I moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
And when was this ultimately received by you?
October 18th, 2022.
And at that time, did you believe his wife was dead?
Yes.
Did he subsequently tell you that his wife also had been pregnant at the time she passed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did he indicate at any time that he was in any other relationship or just that that one had expired? Meaning the relationship had ended, that she had passed?
He never indicated that he was in any kind of relationship with any kind of romantic relationship with anybody.
Did you know if he had another wife that preceded the wife you just referenced?
No.
Okay. So at that time you thought that the only time he had been married was to the woman he described on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say how she died initially?
He said that she died in a hospital and that blood pressure complications and possibly an undiagnosed heart condition as well.
I'm now showing you the next slide. That would be 195. Can you read us that paragraph starting she had?
She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her way I thought life would look, but to figure it out.
So he told you that in this tweet?
In this private message, yep, on Twitter.
What day did he tell you that?
October 22nd, 2022.
Did you know that his current wife was alive on that date at that time?
No.
And he described it as a very sudden change. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he mention if they had children? Other
He-
than that she was pregnant when she passed?
No other children, just that she was pregnant and that that she lost he lost both her and the unborn child is what he told me, and that he had no other children. No.
Okay. Did him telling you that his wife had passed impact your trust of Mr. Stark?
It definitely impacted me. It made me feel very sad and bad for him, because that's a terrible thing that could happen to somebody, you know, to lose your wife and an unborn child. That's how I felt at the time. I felt bad for him.
Okay. Did you convey that to him?
Yes, I felt empathy, because that's when I thought he had lost his wife and unborn child.
Did that also facilitate you continuing to chat with him?
I did continue to chat with him, yes.
And did that then
Sorry.
progress to that more flirtatious and romantic stage that you described for the jury?
I would say more like emotional at first, because I had lost somebody close to me too, you know, I thought too at the time. So more emotional, and then yeah, eventually flirtatious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said in December, he came to visit you. You had just moved, is that right?
I had moved in November. Yep, that's correct.
Okay,
So just like about a month prior.
okay. And when he came to visit, did he stay with you in December of 2022?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, I wouldn't have somebody stay with me just meeting them. And then two, he had Rusty, his dog, with him, and my house, I rent, and they don't allow pets.
Okay.
They don't allow any pets in the place.
Okay. And so, do you know where he was staying when he came in December?
When he came in December, I believed he was at an Airbnb in
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Well, was your understanding, if I'm correct, that he was going to Missouri,
Mhm.
he was going to visit you, and then he was going to Delaware? Is that right?
I think he was going to go back to Georgia first because that was his home, but he did tell me he would have to live for several months
Mm-hmm.
in Delaware because that's where he'd be working for the acquisition that he was the point person on. That was my understanding.
Okay. Did he move to Delaware, as far as you know?
I thought, yeah, that his company was putting him up in Delaware.
Okay.
Not that he had moved there, but that his company was providing long-term housing while he worked on this merger and acquisition.
Did you know if he had moved to Pennsylvania at some point after his Delaware trip?
I don't think he ever permanently moved to Pennsylvania. He stayed at Airbnbs in Pennsylvania when he was visiting me.
Let me be more clear.
Okay.
Was he staying in Pennsylvania in some location at some point while the time period from December forward in 2022?
From December forward, to my knowledge, I mean, he was spending the work time in Delaware, and then he would spend some weekends in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
When he wasn't working in Delaware.
Okay. So as far as you knew, he was commuting basically from Delaware and staying back at the Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Yes, that was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. And when that was occurring, would it be fair to say what months?
I met him in December. It would have been, the last half of December,
Okay.
January, February, March, April of 2023, and then that first half or so of May 2023 until the day he was arrested.
Okay. So during all that time, you weren't living together?
No, we were not. We never moved in together. We did stay at the same Airbnbs, some Airbnbs that he rented together.
Okay. And at that point, you said that the relationship grew and it became a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time when he described to you the process of moving and what had happened with his belongings?
Yes, he told it like an anecdote in Twitter direct messages, I believe, about how he had moved previously, and some of his things I think were water damaged in a moving pod, like a storage pod.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to 1.96. Would it be fair to say that sometime in early November you were talking about your move with him? Okay. And that's when he made the quip about his belongings? 1.96, the paragraph that states belongings in a pod for a year that is effective and not actually watertight if you want help downsizing. Did you believe that he just didn't have a lot of things?
I image of how many things he had at that point.
Okay.
But that he had lost things, yeah.
Quite a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, those conversations and those tweets at the time, would it be fair to say that they were pretty innocuous? You didn't think very much about any of it, other than just banter?
Yeah, I'd say from that first message in September through October, and you can even notice in October sometimes there's gaps in days to where before I would respond, and probably even the first part of November, it felt very, very light, and then it picked up frequency, and I'd say emotional resonance. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did he talk to you about his work and moving and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to slide number 20. That for you would be 1.97. Would it be fair to that some of these got very personal?
Yes.
Can you tell us what he told you about his upbringing?
That he had that he was abused. Just what's on this, or what he in general?
I'm just referring to
and that is he found out late in life, and that his parents, who he thought were his parents, were not his actual biological parents.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
Now, in the weeks coming up to him visiting you in December, were there communications?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to slide exhibit 1.98. This is slide 22. Do you see where he references in the second paragraph, I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. Did he indicate to you where he planned on going? You can read that to us if it makes it easier.
Yes. He said, I'm trying to get a bed on work so I can spend the next few weeks. Still be working, but like to have a built-in cushion on with the vagaries of Wi-Fi on the road. This weekend in Virginia, then on to New England. Really going to spend a little poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. Seems.
So it was your understanding that the weeks leading up to, or text, on November 8th, that he was traveling?
That is correct. And this would have been far before the Missouri trip, he told me. And he told me about like what he was doing, and these say that he met with one of his his biological father's lawyers during this time. I think was something he said in terms of that trip.
So at this point, you didn't have any reason to believe that he was homebound and couldn't leave his residence, right?
No.
I'm turning your attention to slide number 1.99. Would it be fair to say that this is also in November?
Yes.
Okay. These are all leading up to the time period, or, well, I should say, we're developing a relationship.
Yes. At this time, we had not talked about it that I can remember. It didn't come out until December.
Okay. So on November 10th, that last paragraph.
Leave in the previous message, and he says, going to get on the road a little early and hopefully miss the trust of things I need to pack, and just so I can print it out every time and have the basic things figured.
So as far as you knew, on November 10th, he told you he would.
Yes, that's correct.
And still at that point, he
He never said he was able to leave any.
Okay. Now, during your communication, is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever use something called Signal app?
We did not use the Signal app to
Okay.
communicate.
Okay. Are you familiar with it?
I am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you didn't use that?
We didn't use it to communicate, no. And I didn't use it at that time, no.
What about Proton email?
I knew he used Proton email because I think I saw it on some of the emails. I did not use Proton email. I had actually not, I didn't even know about Proton email until I saw it like in one of his emails. I can't remember what you call that, the @.com. Yeah.
Okay. But he didn't require you to use that with him?
No.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, in late November, when you and he had just started talking, did anything happen to your vehicle?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
I had a flat tire on my
Okay.
car in November.
Okay. And did that prove to be problematic in any way?
I mean, just as problematic as a flat tire, would be to anyone. I was, moving, and then it definitely was like a hassle, Yeah.
Timing not so convenient?
Yeah, and I'm very bad with cars. So
Okay.
car trouble stresses me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Stark offer to assist in any way?
He did.
What did he do?
He offered, and keep in mind, we had never met, and he offered, like, via messages, because we were talking on WhatsApp at that time. He offered to fix the flat. He had said that he could have my car towed to a repair shop and have the flat tire fixed.
And did he do that for you?
He did, and I was very surprised.
Okay.
Yes.
At that point, I believe your first communication was October 18th of 2022. Be fair to say that that was some approximately 2 to 4 weeks later?
Our first communication was September
My
2022,
apologies.
and then I'm sorry, what was the second half of that?
How long had you known him before he had your tire fixed?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that I knew him at that time. I'd been messaging him online for, it would have been a month and a half to 2 months, somewhere in that range.
What did
Yeah.
he have done for your car?
Okay, so he told me he was only going to fix the flat tire at the repair shop. When I got to the repair shop, my friend took me to pick up my car, I was very surprised because the clerk at the repair shop, he said that, and I believe two new bulbs on the front headlights. I'm not 100% certain that's what it was called, but he did some kind of repair or something to the front headlights. I think it was a big bill. I mean, what I would consider big. It was like, I think it was $600 and something in that range. Yeah.
Was that concerning to you?
I felt a mix. I felt grateful as you do when somebody does something kind for you, but it also felt like a lot, and it already felt like a lot just to have somebody fix your my tire for me, and then the surprise of that it was, I think that the said something like, "Is that your husband or is that your boyfriend? He was so nice." And I said, "No." I said, "He's just an acquaintance, Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with him about that? Boundaries?
I first talked because it was such a big gift.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did talk to him and I said, that was too much. That's a lot.
Okay. And in response to that conversation, well, let me be clear. Do you remember
22, I do not remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it beginning of November, end of November, if you recall?
I think it was the last half of November of 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after you had the conversation with him about boundaries and too much, what did he do?
He apologized. He was he kind of played it off, and he said this endearing thing kind of to where he's just like, "I'm so sorry, you're right. That was an odd gift. Most guys, I've just been out of," he said something like, and he's, "I've just been out of this, I haven't dated." He's like, "I just wanted to do something nice for you." He's like, "But yeah, you're right. Tires." He's like, "Come on, like what guy gives a girl tires?" He's like, it should have been flowers, right? Or something. And I said, yeah, flowers would have been more appropriate, than the 40 tires. And then it kind of became like a little, it's like that conversation changed it from something that felt alarming at first to something that felt like, oh, okay, like he hasn't been dating for a while and he went overboard, you know what I mean? He must like me. And it then became a little bit of an like an in-joke throughout our relationship, he'd be like, oh, the tires, yeah, like what kind of guy gives a girl he's dating tires? That was so stupid of me, like that kind of thing he used to say, yeah.
Did he subsequently give you flowers the following week?
Yes, about a very nice bouquet of flowers, like hand delivered to me, my house, for like, yeah.
Was that still in late November?
I believe so. If it wasn't late November, then it would have been probably the first week in December. The tire repair, yeah.
Did you and Mr. Stark get engaged?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
It was April, or no, I'm sorry, we got engaged. The reason I said April, we got married in April. We got engaged in February. I want to forget the day. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's February.
Okay. So at some point in February of 2023, you get engaged. And then did you ultimately apply to get married?
Yes.
Can you tell us, prior to getting married, did you have to fill out paperwork for that?
Yes, he filled out the paperwork, online application.
Okay. And the result at this time, I'm going to show her 1.92.
Yes.
What is that?
Like marriage.
Okay. And do you recognize that to be just a photocopy of the original?
Yes.
At this time, I would seek to introduce I believe, is that 9.2?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Can we please publish that? Thank you. Is at the top of that?
Yes.
And was it required for you?
Yes.
And does it indicate how many it was for Mr. Stark?
Yes.
And what was that?
He wrote that it was his second.
Did he indicate how his last marriage ended?
Yes.
And how was that?
Death.
And did he give a date of her death?
December 1st, 2020.
And this was issued when?
April 13th, 2023.
Did it reference the names of his parents?
Yes, this is who he said were his biological parents. Edward Williams as his father, living in the UK, and Susan Fox, living in California, as his mother.
Did you understand that to be who he claimed were which parents, the adopted or the biological?
Biological parents that he had connected with and found out, later in life, as an adult. That's who I thought they were.
Does this also reflect the date that it was initially filed?
Yes, April.
Did Mr. Stark have to sign that document?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Those are both of your signatures?
Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is your name. Now, did you subsequently actually get married?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was also sometime in April? Okay. And prior to getting married, did you and Mr. Stark discuss your living arrangements? What
Yes.
you were going to do after you got married?
Yes.
Okay.
and he wanted to buy a house. And then he said that we would both live in that house together. Yes.
Okay. To pay for the house.
Nick Stark.
Okay. Did he indicate to you whether he was financially in a position to be able to afford the house without your assistance?
Yeah, that over time he was able to.
Okay. Was he responsible for the arrangements for the finances?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell the jury, did you in fact start looking for houses together?
Yes.
Did you find any?
We did. At first we were looking, and so it was just a house for him, and then as our relationship progressed, we started looking together. And we did. We found several that we liked, and then we speak.
Did that ultimately result in an offer for acceptance and a closing?
It resulted in an offer. He made an offer. And if I'm thinking about it, it's because I'm not like real estate. I've never bought a house before. Deposit or whatever, earnest money, whatever it's called in real estate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there an actual closing date scheduled?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know when that was?
Yes.
And why do you remember that date specifically?
It was a traumatic day.
What happened?
We were supposed to, and in the morning, I was still in bed. We were staying together at an Airbnb in Pennsylvania. I was still in bed and up for a bit, totally dressed, and he said that he was going to go run some errands and pick up the check for the closing, the cashier's check, and that he would, but I'm not positive. I don't remember the exact hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was sometime during the day?
Yep. Sometime during the day.
Okay.
Yes.
And he left to go get the check.
Yes.
Was he supposed to come back to the house?
Yes, he was. Yes,
Okay.
before closing. Yeah.
Did he have a car at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what type of car it was?
I believe it was, I could definitely recognize it if I saw it. It's kind of like an SUV, a larger SUV. I want to say it was a Ford Explorer.
Okay.
And I believe...
Did he come home in timely fashion?
No.
What happened?
He wasn't at home, and I thought, he probably should have been. Like, it was texting him, like, on WhatsApp, okay, is everything okay? Because it felt unusual. And then I started calling him, and I wasn't getting through to him. It was either going, like, right to voicemail or just, like, from him.
Okay.
And it said, same thing, it said, my car buddy, because I think I just remember this text, it said, my car burst, like the autocorrect, and I was just, that's such a strange message to ever receive. But so then I'm like calling him frantically, and I didn't get through to him. I might have gotten through to him for a second, and then he like handed the phone off, and I talked to a paramedic or an EMT, some like medical professional.
Was at the scene with him?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, you said that he had been on his way to the bank, is that right?
That's what he told me. Yeah, he said he had to run like some errands to pick up the cashier's registered check from the bank, from Citizens Bank. Yep.
Did you know how much the check was for?
I do not remember the exact amount, but I can tell you it was something like, it was a large amount. It was $800,000, I want to say, or $850. It was a very large amount of money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So is your understanding that he was picking up the check and that he had been involved in a car fire of some sort?
Car accident is what I was thinking at that time.
You thought car accident, okay.
Because even reading I was like, I couldn't really fathom what had actually happened,
Right.
But yes, some kind of car incident.
Did you know if the car was new?
I think it was pretty new. I think it was an old car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did he go to hospital?
So I asked the EMT or the paramedic, and is he going to the hospital? Like, what hospital can I meet him at? Of things, and she said he doesn't want a hospital. And I said, but should he? Is he okay? Like asking like those kind of caring, concern questions. And I still didn't really grasp. I didn't grasp what happened to the car or how severe it was, because I remember the paramedic or the EMT. I said, "Can you make sure he gets all of his things out of the car?" And she kind of, I don't want to say chuckled. It wasn't like she was amused, but she was just, "I can try it, but I don't think there's anything left in the car." And hearing that, I still was like a little confused. I didn't understand the scope. And then, I asked, are you sure he's okay to not go to the hospital? I said, well, he doesn't want to go. Like, we can't, yeah, he just wants to go back to you or whatever, or home,
When he got, did you take to the hospital?
And yes, I insisted on taking to the hospital. I was concerned about it.
Why?
Well, when he walked through the door of the Airbnb, he was like crying a little. He was shaking. He had some, he looked a little burned, on his face, like he was missing, I want to say half an eyebrow. Like
Okay.
he had, yeah.
Okay. As a result, I'm going to show you 1.91. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be his medical bracelet, like the bracelets they put on you at hospitals, and that was from his when I took to the hospital. Yeah.
Okay. And this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce that exhibit 1.91, I believe.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to publish it. Deflect the admission date on air.
Yes. March 20th, 2023. Yep.
Thank you. That was the day of the closing. At that point, do you know what happened with respect to the car? In terms of the insurance, how did that go?
I still don't. Oh, you mean like the insurance? I don't know. I still don't know what really. We went to the hospital, and then I had asked him, did you call insurance? And he said no. Thinking he's in shock, I, encouraged you so. I said, well, you should report that, to your insurance company that you had an accident or a fire or whatever it was. And so he did that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Initially, it was your impression that he had not.
Correct. He was acting, I thought he was in shock because he wasn't doing the things that I had always been told to do if you have a car accident. And that was strange for him because he was usually such intelligent put person. It just seemed odd. Like photos. I had asked a day or two after fire, I said, did you take any photos of your car? Image. And he said no. And he said, do you think I should? I said, I remember specifically saying this to him. I said, Nick, you're a lawyer. I said, what would you advise a client to do? And he said, oh, yes, you're right. I'll go take photos. And so he went and took photos. And it was the photos that he showed me that I realized the extent of the damage to this car, and I was horrified.
Did you see the photographs yourself?
Yeah.
How bad was the car?
As bad as you possibly imagine. There was nothing, it was a frame, of the car left, a metal frame.
There was nothing left of the car. But
Yes,
the frame.
and then it made sense with the paramedic, her reaction, when I had asked his things out of the car.
After the incident car, did you follow through? Because that happened, you said March 8th of 23.
Yes.
Did you follow through with to get married?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when we showed you the marriage license, is that, or the application?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Did you know a woman by the name of Heather Thomas? Had he ever mentioned a
No.
woman by that name?
He mentioned he had a girlfriend named Heather. He said it was just a girlfriend. He said she had wanted to marry him and he did not want to, and they broke up, and that it was a messy breakup. That's what he had said.
Never told you that was his wife?
No. No.
Never told you that he had divorced her?
No.
Did you know if he owed her any money?
No. He told me he was debt free. He told me he owed nobody nothing.
He said he didn't know anything.
That's correct. He said he was completely debt free.
During your relationship with him, did you discuss having children, the two of you?
Yes.
Did that seem important to him?
Very much so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did you make any arrangements to try and get pregnant?
Yes, around the time we got married. Yep.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I went to a preconception appointment at my with a certified midwife at my OB office. Yep.
Okay. So that was right around what point in time? Can you
Right
tell?
around the date of our marriage. Yep.
Okay. So that was right away.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you've testified that you had no idea that Mr. Kassotis had a first wife, no less a second wife, correct?
That's correct.
And
Or that he didn't have. I testified that he didn't have. What do you mean by that?
let me clarify that. It was your testimony that you didn't know that his wife was alive when he first met you.
Yeah, no, I did not know that.
And at this point, you didn't know either that there was potentially a first wife named Heather Thomas.
Right, that's what I thought you were. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know he had a wife before.
Okay, can you tell us how you came to learn of those things?
I came to learn of those things through over the course of several conversations with Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after Nick was arrested.
Do you see Agent Sands here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for us?
He's right there next to you. Yep, in the middle. Yeah.
If the record can so reflect, Your Honor. And can you tell us, how did it make you feel learning that he had not only the first wife who had passed, but the second wife from before her?
I don't think words will ever capture how I felt, but I felt if I had to choose some words, I'd say horrified, shocked, traumatized, violated, deceived.
What did you do?
In the days that followed his arrest, I contacted Agent Sands multiple times. Tried to, after learning that, I tried to be as helpful as I could be, because I was horrified. And so in the days that followed, I took pictures of all the belongings that he had in the Airbnb and sent the photos to Agent Sands and asked if they needed anything of his belongings. And they requested some of those, and I had them shipped to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And then I also, like his laptops, his phones, and when I say laptops and phones, because he had one for work, one for personal, and then I also started looking messages, emails, anything that I thought the Georgia Bureau of Investigation might want to see. It was just, I was still in shock, but I knew that I wanted to be helpful because what I was hearing was so horrifying and I had no idea. And so I was trying to be as helpful in those immediate days as I could be.
What did you do about your marriage?
I wanted it annulled because I felt like the marriage and everything in the marriage was not consensual because of his fraud, and I wanted it annulled. And annulment in Pennsylvania is very difficult. It's very, very rigid about the requirements to get an annulment. It has to be fraud, or like some very specific other things. So it was very hard to get a lawyer who would actually even pursue it, but I did get one, and we went to, we filed for an annulment and a divorce at the same time in case the annulment wouldn't go through, because there are not a lot of annulments in Pennsylvania, to my understanding. And then I had to wait several months before we could go to a hearing, and we went to a hearing at a court of common pleas in Pennsylvania. And
Did you get an annulment?
the judge, yes, the judge in Pennsylvania granted my annulment on the basis of his fraud. And so that was that's very rare in Pennsylvania that they do that. So the marriage was declared null and void because he committed fraud against me.
Do you know whatever happened to the house that you were supposed to buy?
I have no idea.
Did you ever buy it?
No,
Did you ever move into a house that he purchased?
no,
Did you ever see that check that was supposed to be
No.
picked up?
no, he said the check burned in the car fire. The cashier's check. Yeah.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Kolesnik. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis. I just have a question for you about the down payment on the home. Do you recall Nick Kassotis putting a $50,000 down payment on that house?
He said he did, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. You leave those things. Right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been over 2 hours, so we'll go ahead and take a morning break. If you'll step out with the bailiffs, please. All right, the jury's out. We're in recess. No, you're fine. Miss Bayhill's not here yet. No hurry. All right, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we can bring the jury in. All right, if everyone would please be seated, please call the next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to go a little bit out of order so that we don't waste any time,
Sure.
if that's possible. What exhibit number are we up to? For 1.100, I believe, correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to call Agent Tracy Sands.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Good morning, Agent Sands.
Good morning.
Can you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Tracy is Tracy. Last name Sands, Sands.
And Agent Sands, where do you work?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I work with the Region 5 Field Office, which covers Liberty County, although our office is in Statesboro.
And just for this portion of your testimony, we're going to be discussing the audio statements that were preserved in connection with Mr. Kassotis.
Okay.
As a result of being a member of law enforcement, did there come a time when you took some arrest warrants in this case?
I did.
And when you took those arrest warrants, did they ultimately result in the arrest of Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was he arrested?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you recall the date?
Would have been May the 11th or 12th.
Okay.
Somewhere in that area.
Would it be of 2022 or 3?
23.
Okay. And at that point, did you have an opportunity to speak with him after he had been arrested?
I did. And it was May the 12th.
Okay. So on May 12th of 2023, he was arrested, and subsequently, did you speak with him after his arrest?
Well, I actually had to fly to Pennsylvania first, so I met with him the following day, which would have been May the 13th.
Okay. Pennsylvania is not your location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how did the arrangements get made for where you were going to have the interview?
We called ahead and requested assistance. We had been working with the Pennsylvania State Police, U.S. Marshals, as FBI, as well as others. So we contacted the facility he was housed at and requested to schedule an interview as soon as we could arrive.
And as a result of that scheduling, did you have an opportunity to sit down with him?
I did.
Who was present?
Detective Jack Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, who's now Investigator Frost.
And were you also, of course, there?
Yes, ma'am.
And who else was the interview subject?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis was there at that time.
Okay, and if the record can reflect, he is indicated towards the defendant. At that time, did you sit down with him, with Investigator Frost and yourself?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that a situation where you were able to record that interview?
We did. We were anticipating a video recording, but I always carry an audio recorder just in case as a backup, and we actually used an audio recording device at that time.
Okay. Did you have access to a video recorder at the time?
Not there. Like I say, it was a very large facility, so I anticipated one being there, but once we got in the room, they had actually put it was more like a closet than an interview room.
Okay. And did you in fact record it?
I did.
Okay. And previously you heard some testimony concerning Investigator Frost discussing the Miranda waivers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you 2.19. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is our standard GBI waiver of rights forms.
Okay. And what is the intent of using that form?
To advise the person being interviewed of their Miranda rights.
Okay. Was this unique in this case with respect to Miranda rights?
It was. Over my 30-year career, I can only think of a handful of attorneys that I had interviewed.
Okay. And as far as you knew, what was Mr. Kassotis' former employment?
He was a judge advocate general with the Navy.
And in that capacity, does that handle criminal matters?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that act in the form of a prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding is they act as prosecutors and defense, depending on which case is assigned.
Okay. So at that time, did you follow the same protocols, irrespective of the fact that he was previously a lawyer or was a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am. He was a suspect in custody, so we advised him of his Miranda rights.
Okay. And are those rights documented on that form?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Who read him his rights?
I read him his rights.
Okay. And is that captured on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way threaten Mr. Kassotis?
I did not.
Did you offer him some benefit in order to give a statement?
I did not.
And everything that was said, is that on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, prior to coming in, did you have an opportunity to listen to that audio again to confirm that it was the audio recording in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, numerous times.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate recording of what occurred and transpired on May 13th of 2023 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the USB that I physically have it on be marked itself. There are other exhibits on it, Your Honor, so I will go through that with counsel prior to the jury, but I would ask, I guess our next one is 1.101. So I will mark the USB with that sticker, if that's okay. And just so the record is clear, Your Honor, there is a folder on Exhibit 1.101 that reflects statements, and it reflects the date of May 13th, 2023, just to distinguish it.
Thank you.
Agent Sands, do you know approximately how long that initial interview was?
It was over 2 hours.
Okay. For the purposes of today, Your Honor, I'm going to try and break that up. And Your Honor, at this time, I'd now seek to tender 1.101, the file referencing May 13, 2023, Nicholas Killian James Stark.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play the audio.
You may.
You can just tell me when you're ready, madam.
Hey, sir, I'm Jack Cross, I'm with the Louisiana Sheriff's Office.
Hi.
Hey, where? Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Cards, when they had to get your card out, and they let you carry them back here and all, but it's no either way. That way, if you need them later,
Okay.
you can get in touch with us, I can go from there. As you know, you need to read your rights.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
Okay.
And that water was pretty low. If you need one.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
And what's your name again?
Nicholas Stark.
You have a middle name?
I have two middle names: Killian, K-I-L-I-A-N, James.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40. Okay. And what address are you using?
590 Centerville Road, number 345, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 17601.
Okay. And I know you were an attorney, so years of schooling?
I mean, I got a postgraduate law degree too, so
Okay.
I don't know, close to 20, I think.
Okay.
12, 16, 19, 21 actually.
Okay. I'll put it 21 years and a law degree. Okay. As I told you, I'm a special agent with GBI. He's actually a detective with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Says I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
It's kind of funny asking you that.
No, it's all right.
Anything I say can be used against me in the court of law.
Yes,
I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while I'm being questioned.
yes,
If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, will be appointed representing me for any questioning if I wish.
yes,
I can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not to answer any questions or make any statements.
yes.
So to understand my rights, having these rights in mind, I'm willing now to talk to this law enforcement officer.
Yes.
First drive from the airplane, so take me a second.
No, that's all right.
I've not been threatened, promised anything, forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes,
Are you willing to talk to us?
I am.
You don't want to mind my day notes?
No, no, please.
And I noticed I didn't have any video in here or anything, so.
Yeah,
so
but you're recording. Yeah, no, that's.
I'm not trying to hide or something.
No. No, I'm sorry.
And I know yesterday was kind of a surprise, all the stuff going on.
Yeah.
With you. You've been advised of what it was in reference to, correct?
Just very, very briefly.
Okay. This is in reference to the death of Mindi.
Yes.
And at that time she was your wife, correct?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's start. Let's go back to, let's say, 2018.
Okay.
What happened in your life in 2018? I know you've been through a lot of changes in time, but...
Yeah. In 2018, we started undergoing a kind of a campaign of harassment.
Okay.
It started with money going missing from our accounts, and escalated to vandalism at the house of our vehicles, threats against us.
And where were you living at that time? I know
Alexandria, Virginia.
Alexandria? Okay. Did you make any police reports?
We both made an FBI report,
Okay.
but we did not make a police report.
FBI report, okay. And that was vandalism and money?
Yes.
What type of vandalism? Like painting or like...
No, broken stuff, nails and tires, rocks through windows. I was getting anonymous emails and text messages threatening to kill me.
Okay. And then what happened?
Trying to get my timeline right. This went on for a long time.
Okay.
Getting worse, it would get a little better, it would get worse. In late 2019, we left Alexandria
Okay.
and went to Charlottesville. We were hoping, to find a
pretty quiet place.
Yeah. Hoping that it would be better. Within, I think, a day or two of arriving there, I was assaulted.
Okay. And how were you assaulted?
With a bat or something
Okay.
similar. We had found a place that we could rent for a while, and I had gone there to move some stuff in, and
Okay.
somebody was waiting. I believe it was Nelson County. It was I can't remember what county it was,
Okay.
but
Do you have any idea who it would have been?
I believe it was Wayne Kassotis.
Okay. And who is Wayne?
Wayne is my father.
Okay.
And we had been told, but this is kind of. We'd been contacted by somebody who initially told us that he was with the FBI. He showed up one day and talked to Mindi, and then later told us he was not. But for years served as. I'm not exactly sure what that conversation was. I wasn't there for it.
Okay.
For years has served as a advisor to us in terms of safety. He had told us that he believed that Wayne was at the center of the.
So Mindi talked to him, but you didn't.
I talked to him later. I did not talk to him the first time he came to the house.
But so he first said he was with FBI.
I believe that was her understanding. Was that
Okay.
he said he was with the FBI.
But later he clarified with you.
That he was not.
Okay.
But he had said that he thought it would be a good idea for us to leave the area of Alexandria, went to Charlottesville, and didn't even make it. I forget if it was one or two, I forget exactly when we got down there. I had 3 broken ribs, I believe, and we.
Was there a police report to you?
There was not. I called them last fall, and was told that, given the fact that I hadn't actually seen him, and that I was going off of just kind of the sound. I mean, he's somebody I'm familiar with. The sound of the person, the sounds of the person made. It sounded like him to me.
Okay.
We were really unsure what to do at that point. We bounced around the Charlottesville area for about a month.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, close to 2 months. Close to 2 months. And then I had a conversation and decided that we were going to go to Hilton Head for the holidays.
Now, were you still in the Navy then?
No, I was in the process of, and I forget exactly when I got the paperwork. And
I mean, I got the paperwork and stuff, and I'm not trying to figure you out, I'm just trying to help my.
Yeah, no. So I hadn't gotten my discharge paperwork yet, but I went to a Navy clinic.
Okay.
But I had not.
That's your official paperwork.
I was. I believe at that point I thought I was still a reservist, and I forget exactly what the date was that the reserve discharge came through.
That's no problem. But y'all were around Charlottesville for around 2 months.
Yeah, around 2 months.
And then you moved to Hilton Head.
Yes.
Do you remember what year that was?
That was Christmas 2019.
Okay.
We arrived Christmas Eve.
And was that when y'all lived with her brother?
No.
You didn't live, y'all just had an initial, you and her, there was nobody else then, right?
Yeah, so for several months it was just the 2 of us. So this is now early 2020. Stayed in a, kind of a variety of places. And I want to say it was April. Her parents and her youngest brother moved into a rental that we had.
Okay.
Her father had a knee surgery and needed a place where he could recover without stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time they had been living with her middle brother and his wife, but his house was.
So she has 3 brothers?
No, she has 2 brothers.
2 brothers, sure.
Sorry. Yeah.
You said middle also?
Yeah. He's the middle child.
Okay.
There was Mindi was the oldest. Frank was, I think, about 3 years younger than her, and then Matthew was, I believe, about 21 years younger than her.
Okay.
He was the late in life surprise for her parents.
Okay.
Okay, so we lived with them for 2 months or so, or give or take. Mindi and her father had an argument. She was kind of unhappy with their response to us moving, and then we lived by ourselves for quite a while.
Okay.
We were up in we were in Hilton Head for I think only about a week at this point. More, and we went to Charleston. Then we were down in the Beaufort area. Beaufort.
Yeah, Beaver's good.
Beaufort's good. Okay, sorry. I don't say it. And then in February of 2021, we moved in with her brother and his wife.
Okay.
And their mother was living there as well.
Okay. So Mindy's mother?
Yes. Yeah.
But her father, where was her father at the time?
Her father was in, I believe it's called Dublin, Georgia.
Okay.
So Matthew is a bit of a baseball star,
Okay.
and was going at that point was going to a high school there.
Okay.
And now he's going to a junior college somewhere.
Okay.
South Georgia State, possibly. It's probably. We lived with Frank and Megan for over a year.
Okay.
We had originally thought it would be a short time, but given other things in our life, we felt that that was a good place for us to be, and we wanted to stay with them, kind of into the future.
And what were y'all doing at that time for employment?
I would
be working.
Maybe was not working. Neither of us were working per se.
Okay.
I was working on a piece of software analysis of what it was doing on behalf of this advisor, and with the understanding that there would be payment when it was finished.
Did that ever come forward, or is that still pending?
That was still pending when I, kind of cut ties with him.
Okay. So you're still developing it now, and it's not like a project somewhere else, you're still working on it?
I'm still working on it. I don't know where it is
Okay.
at this time.
But you're not working on it?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
We had several conversations both with him about payment and with Frank and Megan about living situations and finding houses to live in, and Frank and Megan got to a point where they felt that it was all taking too long, and they did not want to continue planning. They wanted to put their house on the market.
Okay, what was the guy's name, the software guy that you were communicating?
He goes by Jim to me.
Jim? Jim, okay.
Yes. The last name McIntyre.
Okay.
I quite honestly, I feel like he's lied to me so much that
Have you ever met him in person?
I have met him in person, yes.
Where'd you meet him?
I've met him multiple times. He's shown places where we were, told us that he thought it was time for us to move, to find a better place.
But the plan was for him to buy the software?
Yes.
Or help facilitate
Yeah.
the sale? Okay. Okay. Then what happened?
I believe it was June 2021. We had been told multiple times that we would have a rental, set up in our names locally, where we and Mindy's parents could move.
And that was Jim telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
Frank, after one of the times that we had been told that we'd be out by a certain date, and came and went, Frank got very upset and filed for eviction for Mindy and I.
And was that the father or the son?
I'm sorry, the son,
Okay.
who owned the house.
Okay.
At this point, the father was living in the house. He had
Okay.
moved in, I guess, October 2021-ish.
Okay. So you were evicted by
The son. Yeah, Mindy's brother.
Then what happened?
Her parents put us up in a hotel for a week in Savannah.
Okay.
We waited for we were really upset with how things had gone. We felt like we were kind of abandoned.
Okay.
And Jim said that if we could continue working together, he would have more control. He would, so we rented an Airbnb in Savannah.
Okay.
There was 2 bedrooms. It was big enough for us and for Mindy's parents to stay there as well.
Do you remember the address or?
It was on 65th Street,
Okay.
but I don't remember the number.
Okay. Then what happened?
We were. I guess one of the a constant issue with Jim was him telling us things or asking us to lie on his behalf, and and not following through. Like it causing issues.
And what sort of lies? He was asking you to lie on his behalf. What do you mean by?
Sometimes it was a matter of like telling us stuff that I have reason to doubt, like that my parents were not actually my parents. Sometimes it was.
So he told you that your parents weren't your parents.
Yes.
Okay. And how did he get that? What was his source of the information?
He had me take a DNA test
Okay.
and told me that the result that he had gotten a sample from them.
Okay.
He would put me on the phone with people he said were investigators that I questioned whether they were.
Do you remember what company the DNA test was? Like, was it like Ancestry or?
No, so I didn't like.
You just never saw it.
No, he swabbed it. He took it. He took it off, and then told me, at a later time that I was not related to them.
Okay.
But one of the issues.
What was your reason for allowing him to do that? I'm kind of following you. Why would you want Jim to know your family? Why would you give him your DNA?
I trusted him a lot
Okay.
throughout this. I felt like he was keeping us safe, and that he was, when he took this, it was probably. Fall 2020.
Okay.
Yes, late summer, early fall 2020.
Okay. And then what happened?
So one of the issues when we were living with Frank and Megan was that a rather large issue was that we've been trying to have a child. I think Mindi had thought that she might be pregnant. She had taken a test that was positive, but it was very early in July of 2020.
July of 2020?
I'm sorry, July of 2021. We were living with them.
Okay.
And
was that at 65th Street?
No. This is we didn't get to 65th Street until July 2022.
Okay.
I think July 2022, June, July, somewhere in there.
Okay.
July 2021, we went to the emergency room because she had some bleeding.
And you would have been living in Hilton Head then?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went to ER.
Went to the ER.
Now, were you getting like your military bill? Was it TRICARE?
No. At this point, we were.
Benefits?
We did not have benefits. We were. We were using just like Medicare, Medicaid, whichever. Once for if you're old, and once for if you're not making money at that time. that was the no money one.
Okay. So y'all had no really source of income then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were.
Okay.
Depending on Jim for a lot.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I want to clarify, make sure I get it right.
Yeah, no.
So July 21, she took the test.
Yeah, or she'd taken the test sometime before, but she had some bleeding. July 2021, we went to the hospital learned that she was not pregnant. That the woman we spoke to said it was likely a fairly early miscarriage.
And y'all met when? How many years ago?
Oh, Mindi and I?
Yeah.
We met in fall of 2015.
Okay. And you were married in?
October 2016.
Okay. And did y'all start trying to have children then?
We didn't. I was transitioning out of the Navy, and we thought that we would take a couple of years, and then we kind of wound up in the thick of the shit that we were going through.
Life.
Yeah.
Texas terms. What about when So when did you roughly see that y'all really wanted to have kids start?
I think when we moved in with, we always said we wanted to have kids, and when we moved in with Frank and Megan, they had recently, probably 4 months before, had a daughter.
Okay.
And I think, seeing it and, it being her younger brother, it really, Mindi really wanted to start at that point.
Okay.
The situation was not ideal, but we thought we were moving towards, an ideal situation.
And she was getting older, and you were getting older.
Yeah, exactly. She was slightly older than I was, so. We went to the hospital, learned that we had lost the baby, and contacted Jim, and he said, don't share that. Don't share what happened at the hospital. Just say everything's fine. 3 weeks later, Frank asked Mindi if she was pregnant, and she froze and said, she wasn't allowed to talk about it. And
Okay.
he gave her a big hug, and he's like, that's so great. And she was upset. And came to me. We sent a message to Jim, and he said, just let it go. Like, yes, like, sure. Say you're pregnant. You'll be pregnant soon, and by the time the timing all becomes clear,
Okay.
this will all be settled.
And so how often would you message Jim?
Every day.
Every day. And how did you message him?
An app called Signal.
Okay.
It's an encrypted messaging app that he introduced me to.
Okay. And then, how often would you physically see him?
When we were at Frank and Megan's, we would not see him. But before that, it was probably once a month to once every 2 months.
Okay. And did you see him at Frank and Megan's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see him in person for about 1.5 years from when we moved in with them, which he did not want us to do until we were in the hotel in Savannah.
Okay.
The first hotel, we were in 2 hotels there.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the hotels?
They were both La Quintas.
Okay.
We have a dog, or we had a dog. So that the dog is still alive, but
What's the dog's name?
Rusty.
And that was the dog you had yesterday?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I guess the dog was at the house or was in the car with
He
you?
was at the house.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I got pictures sent to me of the dog, so I was making sure.
Okay.
But he wasn't in
Is
the
he
car.
okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine, she said, but y'all had the dog Rusty then, so La Quintas is where you could stay.
Yeah, they have a really, or I don't know if it's I mean, this doesn't matter, but I don't know if it's just these locations or if it's a wider thing, but they're really easy with dogs.
Okay. And he looked like a lab, but he's like a mixed lab?
I call him a lab mix.
Okay.
He looks kind of like a Carolina dog, which
How long have you had him?
I adopted him in 2011 when I lived in Italy.
Okay.
He was
So I noticed he's
4 weeks
getting
old.
older,
Yeah.
getting gray.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so back to y'all were in hotels, La Quintas. Back at one time you said that her parents paid, or was it both times they paid?
I think they paid. It was so. I think they paid for both initially.
Okay.
We were in one for just a couple
Okay.
days, and then their weekend rates were significantly higher than the other one's weekend rates.
Okay.
So she moved us there and paid for another couple days, and then we had. Then we called a couple of friends to ask them to pay while we were figuring stuff out.
Okay.
At this point in time, we had car. We were. I had recently learned that my driver's license had been canceled by Virginia, because I guess if you change, I had set up a mailing address when we were moving in Florida. It was like one of those services that'll scan your mail. And it just seemed like a good idea for us. We weren't exactly sure where we were going to land, and we'd had problems with our mail disappearing, to the point where we initially got a P.O. box. But I guess if you change your license address to an out-of-state address, they cancel it, and by the time that letter caught up with me, like I mean, it was years later, and I was so yeah, we were in the La Quinta for I'm not exactly sure how long. I don't know, a couple weeks.
And that was prior to moving to 60.
Yeah, that's prior. We were at one that's kind of set up as a motel. They're not too. They're probably a couple miles apart. One's kind of set up like as a motel, like it all opens, into like exteriors, and then the second one was more of a traditional hotel.
Okay.
I think that might be called Midtown, but I'm not sure.
Didn't I have?
So we met with Jim. We said that we wanted access to our own money. We wanted a vehicle. Mindi. So at this point, Mindi had tested positive again as pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted her seeing a doctor of her choice.
And roughly when was that?
This is when we were at the hotel. This was our list of demands, so we didn't want to be depending on him for anything.
What year roughly?
Oh, I'm sorry, this was 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
So she's pregnant, and around what month of 22?
Did she get pregnant?
Yeah.
She tested. She tested in May, but she had already been pregnant. We think or I was told she'd already been pregnant for a little while.
Okay. Did she know if it was a boy or a girl, or?
We were told it was a girl.
Okay. And where were y'all told that?
After we left the hotel and got to 65th Street, there was a doctor who had come to the house that Mindi found, and he would meet with her, and she told me after one of her appointments that he had said that he'd done a test and that it was a girl.
Okay. Said you tested and it was a girl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what type of test it was. He would arrive with a bag and.
That's like a doctor's bag?
Yeah, like a doctor's bag, and then he would see her in the.
What typically calls a doctor like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
So this was. She said that she wanted to find somebody, and.
Okay, so Mindi found him.
Mindi found him. Mindi contacted him. Mindi dealt with him. That was one of our other things.
I mean, there's like a ton of doctors' offices in that area that they.
Yeah.
That's odd.
Yeah.
You know his name?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I ever got it. He talked to me very little.
Okay.
But he would come. She would talk to him.
How often had he came?
It varied. So when we.
How many times would you say he came?
Yeah. Probably. I mean, we were there for 5 months. I guess probably about a dozen times. But it wasn't all. So he came. He came more like earlier, and then later on he came. you know, and in between there would be, you know, sometimes it would be like once a month.
And yeah, he billed that to Medicare or Medicaid, whichever one's which, because I don't know which one either.
Yeah, that was, well, one of the only conversations I ever had with him, I filled out a form for that and put the number on it.
Okay. Okay, then what happened?
Probably October, mid to late October. Mindy's blood pressure started to get higher. She was very sensitive to medications. She'd been on Synthroid for years and had been told that she had to take the prescription only because there's less difference between the between.
I'm sorry, that was for thyroid problems?
Yeah. There's less difference between the doses and the generic. And that she was very like when she increased her dose, like she had to do it very, very slowly. She couldn't do like a normal dose. She had issues with muscle relaxants and beta blockers.
So muscle relaxers and beta blockers?
Yeah, she had what appeared to be allergic reactions to both.
So the muscle relaxers, what were they for?
We've been in a bad car accident in October 2017. We were rear-ended at kind of high speed, and I saw the car coming up behind us and braced a little. She was in the passenger seat and nodded and kind of like twisted her.
And so she got some back problems.
Yeah. She got injections like into her disc.
Then what happened? And then we're back with the blood pressure and the...
Yeah. So the doctor told her that she should be on bed rest. That she should not be interacting with her parents. There had been a couple of kind of a couple of real arguments there. One was that we had considered moving to Atlanta because we thought her youngest brother, was going to be going to school there in the fall.
Okay. And they got upset over that?
No, we found it, and this had been, you know, we'd been given like I think we'd been given like a hat for the school. He was in Kennesaw State, and then we found out in late August that he'd actually failed all his classes and had lost his offer there. And you know, we had been, you know, kind of thinking that was where we were gonna head.
Okay, but back to the no interaction with her parents. He said they had a couple of arguments. Was it over Matthew?
Yeah, that was one of them. And the other one was over, you know, them regularly seeing Frank and Megan. She was very upset about that. She felt that Frank had, you know, put us in a horrible position and had kind of betrayed us.
How did you feel about it?
I mean, I was extremely upset with Frank.
And she was upset too.
She was upset too. I think she was more upset. I kind of understood their situation. Like, you know, at that point, Harper was their only grandchild, and you know, did they not want to have a relationship with their grandchild? Like I don't know. I'm not a parent, but I can imagine this type of situation is pretty hard.
Okay. And then what happened? Placed on bed rest.
She's been placed on, she's been placed on bed rest. I was having to check her blood pressure every night. I was given a little like digital sleeve that did it. Yeah, it was kind of nice. And then she would report that.
Timmy said that y'all were in a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
And she was not supposed to see her parents. How did that work out? Was she allowed to get there between, or how did
Yeah, not really well. Like, I mean, she would basically, there were kind of 2 living areas. Our bedrooms, like, were directly across from each other.
Okay.
With the only shared bathroom with a shower in between.
Okay.
So she would like send me messages like, hey, are they sitting kind of, so it was like an L-shaped house, so I would sit here kind of by the bedrooms and work, and there you had like this living area, dining area, the kitchen, and then it would jut towards the back, and there was like another living area.
So she kind of used you as her eyes.
Yeah, she'd be like, hey, like, are they sitting, are they either in their bedroom or like sitting back there? And
Was it a big house?
no, sir.
So it made it difficult, didn't it?
It was not great.
And you said y'all were there for 5 months, roughly?
Roughly, yeah. We were discussing our options, with Jim, with them. They wanted to stay in the area. We wanted badly to leave the area. He said he would help find a suitable place for them until we got settled, and then we could potentially buy them something if that's what we decided to do. He said he wanted to get us to, we talked for some time about changing our names. He said that his plan was to have us go to Missouri for a brief time, change our names there with the court, and then to settle in kind of a rural area,
And this was Jim you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Near enough, medical so that we could do all the baby stuff, but far enough that we would just kind of be, he said that he would tell us, to cut contact with people, to not tell them.
And at this point, he's really not giving you anything.
Yes, at this point, yeah.
So no money at all.
Right.
Okay. And that's Gino.
Yeah. Around Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving, Mindi had been trying a couple of new blood pressure medicines, and they were not working. She would like try one for a week, and then see if there was change, and her doctor came. They talked for a while, and she said that she told me that she had explained our situation. I'm sorry. Can I back up?
Yeah.
In October, I think it was September 30th. Wayne showed up at the house.
Okay.
That's your father?
Yeah.
Okay.
He showed up with his brother. I was shut. It was kind of first thing in the morning. I was.
What's his brother's name?
Chester. He goes by Chet.
Chester. Chet. Okay. And what's his last name?
Kassotis, yeah. And white SUV, a Sumer rental. It was the day that a hurricane was supposed to hit Savannah, but it ended up taking a bit north.
Like a hot from
What?
them? Like a hot from them?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I was kind of coming out of the bathroom. I had coffee, and I saw, there were shades in the front of the house. I saw, somebody there, and I just assumed it was the house's owner coming to see if there had been storm damage.
So you saw him through the shades?
Yeah, I didn't realize who it was. Opened the door and was terrified. They asked to come in. I said absolutely not. I asked how they found me. Wayne said that he had hired somebody, and it wasn't that hard. He said he wanted me to come with him somewhere to talk. There was the house next door was under construction, and there were workers there, and they started making a racket, and he and I, it distracted him, and I shut the door. I wanted to leave immediately.
And explain to me, why are you deathly afraid of him?
I thought the last time I'd seen him, he'd taken a baseball bat.
From the baseball thing?
Yeah.
So that's why you still, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, I'm just trying.
Yeah, no.
Had he ever hit you prior to that?
No.
Okay. What was his reason then, you think, for hitting you or attacking you?
I don't know. Things had gotten very bad with the family, and I never quite understood it. It started with my brother Chris. Kind of this, this very antagonistic relationship, antagonistic attitude towards Mindi. And when I tried to like set some just very basic boundaries, like, hey, I'm not gonna talk to Chris, and I want you to respect our relationship. That was when things kind of jumped off. I mean, even when we were living with Frank and Megan, I think everybody in that house got calls or texts or emails from him trying to figure out where I was.
Okay. So after that, did they leave or?
Yeah, so he left. I went out the back of the as is kind of, I guess, something that happens in Savannah. You have these almost alleys behind each street. So I went out the back door. We locked the doors. Mindi had her phone. I went out the back door and walked around the corner to where there was 2 blocks up. There's a hospital where there was normally security sitting in the parking lot, and Jim picked me up from there. We got it. He said he didn't think we should be moving right away. Thought it was a bad time.
So Jim lives in Savannah?
I don't know where Jim lives.
But I mean, he just showed up right then? Or?
Yeah. He appeared to be in the area. It was not a long time. He brought me to a Target so that I could buy a little video camera, like one of those security cameras. He said, this will make you feel safer. Like they're going to be leaving the area, I think. Told me to contact the Savannah Police Department, file a report so that if he showed up at Mindy's mother's place of business, that she could both tell like the front desk like, hey, this person shouldn't be allowed in, and like please call the police, like you can reference this report.
Okay.
Which I did.
Okay.
So I made a report with the Savannah Police Department at that time. Okay. Now, Thanksgiving week. I think it was the day after Thanksgiving. I believe it was that Friday. Her blood pressure had been really bad, and she said she'd had a long conversation with the doctor about the fact that we felt like we'd been stalked for years. We were very worried. I wanted her to go to the emergency room. She had at this point, I think, 3 pretty bad emergency room visits in a row. She had one way back in early 2017. She had hurt her back, and we went to the ER at Fort Belvoir, and the doctor treated her like she was there, like drug seeking, basically. And she was in horrible pain. Four bad ER visits, and that summer, July 2017, she had an abscess in her mouth that was in a lot of pain, and we went to an emergency room that was basically like go see a dentist, and she was like, I just want antibiotics until the dentist opens, I don't want pain medicine, I just want antibiotics. I'm worried about this infection in my head. We had been to a hospital in Beaufort, the emergency room, when she had COVID in late 2020, and did not feel like the care was good. And then being thinking she was pregnant and being told that she'd actually lost a baby. She did not want to go to the emergency room. So she talked to this doctor. She said that he was aware of the situation, that he worked at kind of like a birthing center, he was affiliated, there were doctors there who had admitting privileges, but she felt she would be more comfortable there, and that we would and she said that we would get her blood pressure under control, and then we would be ready to leave. I was in the process of looking at some apartments for her parents. So he said that he was going to pick her up at some point in the next few days, so that I wasn't driving my car there.
So you wouldn't, I didn't understand, why would you not drive your car there?
Because we were still very worried about being followed by Wayne.
And that was the doctor saying he would come by?
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. So I went to look at an apartment. We knew that Mindy's dad had hip replacement surgery coming up, so we were trying to find a place with minimal stairs, or at least some option to avoid the stairs. So I went out. I think this was now this is either Friday or Saturday of that week.
Okay.
I went out and I met with one person in Savannah. It would not have worked for him. I then drove out to Hilton Head, and she told me that she had fallen twice, and that she was having some bleeding. Like she had kind of breakthrough bleeding at points that were, she said that the doctor told her this was completely normal. Like 20% of women will have some level of bleeding throughout their pregnancy.
Okay.
So I was in Hilton Head. She said, I said I was worried, and I was going to come right back. She said that the doctor was on the way, and would be back shortly. That she would be there shortly, and that she would let me know. She sent me a message that she had been checked in, that like we were going to figure out over the next couple of days how long she was going to be there, and
Did she say she got checked in?
Yeah.
And this was the week roughly of Thanksgiving?
Yeah, this was either Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I went back to the house, and she wasn't there, and let Jim know that she was, going to this birthing center with this doctor that she had been working with, and he told me, so Frank and Betsy were not there. They had gone to Hilton Head for the holiday.
Okay.
Matthew works at a kind of Cajun restaurant down there called Kenny B's. They like fried turkeys or something.
Okay.
So he can make extra money if he's there for that. So they were down there together. Jim told me when they came back that he'd prefer, while we were figuring out what was going on, not to tell them that she wasn't in the house. That he didn't want them saying something. He was uncomfortable with the setup of her being elsewhere when we had issues just shortly before. I talked to her. I knew we were texting. We texted on and off. Sunday, she seems.
What do you recall what her number was?
I don't recall her number.
Do you call your number?
No. We switched numbers a lot.
So it was on the Signal app?
Yeah, it was on the Signal app.
Okay.
No, we switched numbers a lot throughout this time, just because we were, if I had one too long, I would start getting texts on it saying, that I found your new number, I'm going to kill you. That I assumed that I assumed were from Wayne.
Okay.
And they came back Sunday afternoon. Monday or Tuesday, I woke up to a message saying that that she had talked to them and they felt like she was going to be there at least an extra couple of days, and that we should be prepared to depart the area as soon as she was released. I was asked to, maybe this was Sunday. First, Sunday I was asked to get all our stuff in order, to pack everything up, which was no small task. We we had a bunch of stuff.
Who asked you that?
She did. So she said like, hey, you know, can you get things packed up just so we have it ready to go.
Okay.
So I went.
And what did that include?
I mean, it included, you know, we had taken some personal effects with us when we initially left Alexandria that were, you know, the things that were important to us, but like all our clothes, you know, books, you know, electronics, all, you know, toiletries. She had like a lot of makeup.
You have like a U-Haul for it.
Yeah, no. So I figured that at this point I had a Ford Explorer that I had gotten while we were there. I got my Georgia driver's license. I had purchased a new Ford Explorer. And with, you know, it had a third row seat that you could knock down and create like a decent amount of packing space. So I started, you know, repacking all of our stuff that had been, you know, unpacked for months.
So when did you get the Explorer?
July or August,
Okay.
Late July, early August.
Your Honor, I think now might be an appropriate time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12:30. I'm going to ask you to be back here no later than 1:45. So you've got about an hour and 15 minutes. All right, the jury's out. We'll recess for lunch. Okay. We're in recess. Thank you. All right, everyone, please be seated. You may continue with the audio presentation.
Your Honor, I'm going to commence exactly where we left.
All right, thank you.
Where did you get it from?
J.C. Lewis, maybe?
Okay.
Um,
And I guess the big question, how did you pay for it?
At this point, I had received some of the money that Jim had told me that he was helping procure.
And how did you receive that money from Jim? Was it cash?
No, it was wired. It was wired to my bank account.
Okay. So you just wired the money to J.C. Lewis?
I actually took an Uber out there and got a cashier's check and then brought it to them.
Okay. All right, so you got that. She wanted you to pack up and pack up everything.
Yeah, and then either Monday or Tuesday, I'm a little unclear which.
Okay.
I woke up to a message saying, actually, take 2 Tupperwares. So we had most of our stuff. We had a couple of large duffel bags, and then we had a lot of the, is Tupperware the right word? I feel like that's for food.
Plastic?
Yeah, like plastic, like a ready-made, like those things.
Okay.
I woke up to that. So I woke up to saying, like pack 2 of those in one. Put some clothes of mine, extra toiletries for me, things that I would need for like a week or 2, basically. And in hers, she wanted something similar. She wanted some clothes, some dresses, some sweaters, toiletries, books.
And this was her signaling you this?
Yes.
Okay.
Like her Kindle, like some books, like she showed those like adult coloring books.
Okay.
Her medicine, and last week I picked up a new prescription for Synthroid, so she asked that I put that in there, and said that I was going to meet somebody, that I was going to get a call from somebody, and he would tell me where to drop those off, and that that they would be with her so that she could use them, and then we would have them.
Okay.
So I did that.
When you say you did that, you just got the containers ready? Or?
I got the containers ready. A man called me, said, "Hey, can you come drop these off?"
And you didn't know who that was?
I didn't know who he was. I assumed he worked with the clinic. He said he understood that we were worried. Would I turn off my phones and use a GP, like an old school GPS unit that we had?
Okay.
I said yes. He gave me the coordinates. He was kind of in the middle of nowhere, but
Do you remember where it was at?
I don't. It was a little outside Savannah, but I don't know much about it. I dropped off the containers with him.
Do you remember if it was on a paved road or a dirt road?
I think it was. I think there was dirt. I don't know if that was just the driveway though. I don't know. It was.
And describe him to me.
A little shorter than me, probably 6 feet tall. Youngish, like in his probably early 30s. Curly red hair.
Okay.
Fairly close cropped. I dropped it off. I asked if he needed anything else from me. He said no.
And so you said curly red hair with white nail?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, white male.
What vehicle was he driving?
I don't know. I went to a house that I thought was his.
A house on a dirt road, and you just had coordinates.
Yes.
You didn't have an address.
I did not have an address. He said it was a little hard to find with an address on a GPS.
Okay. So you dropped those off.
I dropped those off. I spoke to. I drove back. I spoke to Jim. I said,
Roughly how long did you think you had to travel to get there?
I'm not really sure. I
I
mean,
mean, you took some paved roads naturally from where you went.
30. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I'm not really sure where he was.
30 to 45 minutes. Was it daytime or night?
It was daytime.
Okay.
It was early. It was early in the day. I came back.
When you say early in the day.
Yeah.
What's early? Because early to be 4 a.m.
No, not that early.
So it had been
Probably 9, 10 in the morning, something like that.
okay.
I got back and I spoke to Jim, and I said, I felt that again, I was in a bad situation, saying that, not saying that Mindi was elsewhere.
But you didn't ask when you dropped the containers off to see her.
No, but my understanding was that it was just some guy's house, like,
Okay.
that was not where she was.
Okay. And that this guy was supposed to deliver the bins to
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
What did the bins look like? You said like a room, maybe what, do you know what color they were?
I think one was gray and one was black, but I'm not really sure.
Okay.
We went through, we were moving around for a couple of years. We went through a lot of bins.
So that's kind of, you used those bins usually and moved around.
Yeah.
That's how you moved.
Yeah. We had some clear ones at one point that just seemed to shatter.
And when you say that y'all have these bins or tubs or Tupperware, whatever, how many are we talking? Are you like 15, 20?
No, not that many.
How many would y'all normally have? Because I understand y'all had to move quickly.
Yeah, 8 to 10 of them, and then like 3 or 4 bags.
When you were in Hilton Head, you had how many?
We didn't have anywhere to put anything except for there, so they were kept in Frank's garage.
Okay.
It's one of those houses that's got the ground level is just a garage, and it's got the living levels that they're running the floors. Yeah, it's running the floors.
Okay. All right. So 8 to 10 would be the common.
I think
Just to throw them in the mood. Okay.
Yeah.
But when we was bringing them, and did they have lids on them?
Yes. Yeah. All of our beds had lids. Had lids. Sorry.
Okay. So you carried the stuff out of there. You dropped it off to him.
Dropped it off to him.
You don't remember like how you traveled there. Like did you take the interstate?
I'm not sure.
Some paved, some dirt.
Yeah. No. I mean, I didn't go out much while I was in Savannah.
Okay.
Like just to get.
But he was on a long dirt driveway.
I believe so. Yes.
Describe the house to me.
It was brown with yellow trim.
Okay.
Not a huge house or anything, but
Just a normal house.
Yeah. Kind of like a I don't know the house terms that you call that, like a Rambler or something.
Okay. So new vehicles.
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And were you alone then, or?
Yeah. He came outside. I unloaded them right off the ground. He said he would take them in. I asked if he needed help. He said no.
Was Rusty with you?
No, he was not.
Okay.
Rusty was back at the house.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
I drove back. I had that morning. I had talked to Jim before I left, saying that I was uncomfortable with Mindy's parents not knowing that she was at the hospital. And he said, before I left, to say that I was going to, or before they left, they were leaving for work, to say that I was going to bring her to to the doctor, and then to say that she was there. He said that, you know, he understood it was longer than expected, but like, you know, even when she's on bed rest, like we could all, it's not a huge house, but we could all hear her like on the phone. Like I felt like I was.
But it wasn't, and when you say hospital, it wasn't
It
traditional.
wasn't a traditional hospital, yeah.
So you told them that she was at the hospital?
No, so that morning I told them that I was going to bring her per his instructions.
Okay.
And then this is either Monday or Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then I came back. I talked to Jim again. He said to say that, you know, she's going to be there for a handful of days. That we were, you know, on the last steps of finding a place for them. You know, we were all, you know, I was probably going to be picking her up and departing almost immediately. And that we were going to get them, you know, into a place.
Okay. So basically you told them that y'all were separating, that y'all would take care of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what day Betsy and Frank came back?
They came back Sunday.
They came back Sunday?
Yeah.
And other than this trip you took to drop off the containers, did you go anywhere else that you recall?
Not that I recall. I might have run out to the store or something, but I don't really remember.
Okay.
I got a message asking to pick up a couple things, but I forget.
Do you know what those things were?
Like a sweatshirt.
Okay.
I forget what else. But I think it was pretty quick. Like I was running up like just to get something at Publix or CVS, which was well, you know, within a, you know, I mean I could have walked there in probably 10 minutes.
Where did you normally shop?
Like their food.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Publix not far from there. We had we got delivery from there for quite a while, but
Yeah, because a lot of people changed on me.
yeah. But then when Wayne showed up, we were told that, you know, I should go out and get, you know, rather than it being like another, you know, another company that knows where that we're still getting food delivered there.
Or avenue for him to use to find.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you dropped the containers off.
Dropped the containers off either Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
I continued talking with Mindi through Wednesday.
You said your phones were off and you used the GPS. You know what that GPS is now?
I believe it was burned with the rest of my car about a month and a half ago.
Okay.
So you continue talking to her up till Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday. Just you know, messaging back and forth. She said she was feeling better, and Thursday morning I got a call from somebody saying, you know, could I come pick her up that sometime that afternoon. I forget exactly what time.
Okay.
I was given an address in Savannah. I don't recall exactly where it was. I drove out there that afternoon. It was a brick building. Somebody was waiting outside and brought me to, you know, like an office, and said that Mindi had passed away.
You said it's a brick building?
Yeah,
How far away from the house was it?
I think within 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
But I think it was driving through like some neighborhoods, like it wasn't like quick going.
So they brought you in. Did you talk to the doctor or?
I talked to a doctor. I
Okay.
was wearing like a white coat.
So white coat.
An older man. Not anybody I had seen before.
And they said she passed from what?
At that point, he said that she just passed away very suddenly, and that they thought it might have been her heart, but they weren't sure.
Okay.
I went back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Can you give me, you said you had the address. There's some landmarks in Savannah that are pretty specific. Do you know where the globe's at?
No,
You've never seen the globe?
I don't think I've ever seen the globe.
You mentioned the hospital. That y'all were near the hospital?
Yeah, we were near a hospital.
So you traveled, you said 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you remember any other, like, you said it's in a residential area? And it was
Yeah, I was driving through like residential areas.
residential areas to get there.
Yeah.
But the building was like an office building? or-
Yeah, it appeared to be.
So it was a bit business?
Like a one level, yeah. Like
So one level. Was there a sign out front?
Not that I recall, but there might have been. I don't know.
What about parking lot? Was it more like a,
Almost more like a strip mall. Like there was parking like right in front. Like I pulled in and
you remember any of the stores that were in the strip mall?
no.
Okay. Do you remember passing anything going by there? Like,
At one point, I drove through a neighborhood that had like larger, nicer houses. I remember
Okay.
that. I've seen the park in Savannah like once, the famous park, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it the entire time I was there. So.
at some point, would you be willing to ride with us and attempt to show us the house?
Yeah.
Or show us the location again and find it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you understand you'll have like an extradition here and you know all about that.
I believe
I do.
I already requested to waive it.
You wait for the extradition, okay. So at some point, you'll be coming back, and that's what I was just making sure you'd be willing to talk to us to try to figure out where that location is.
Yes, absolutely.
So you have signed the paperwork to waive extradition?
Yeah, but
Okay.
somebody gave it to me when I checked me in
Yeah,
here.
quick. Usually it takes a few days.
No,
They're ready to get rid of you. You seem like a pretty nice guy to me.
Thank you.
Get it down. Okay, but at some point you'll be able to work with us to show us where you think that house is.
Yeah.
Okay. Or a business.
yeah.
Can you describe it any further?
No, I mean, I pulled in. I was,
You said somebody came out.
Yeah. So somebody came out of. There were glass doors. He came out. As I pulled in, and brought me right in.
And did they carry you into like a lobby or did they carry you into a room?
I believe there was like a lobby to the left, and then they brought me like into a different like office. But
Okay. Wow. And then they told you that she had passed away.
yeah,
And what did you do then?
I yelled and sobbed.
Okay.
I mean, I was a wreck. He had some paperwork that he had me sign.
Did they give you a copy of that?
No.
Okay. And what was the paperwork?
He said it was just releasing her remains and releasing her medical records so that so that I could have those. He said that he was going to that he was awaiting an autopsy, and that I would be contacted with the results of that.
Okay. And then what you did?
I drove back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Okay. And then what you did?
I don't really recall the rest of that evening.
All right, and that evening, but what did you do next?
The next day, I got a call saying that the autopsy had been completed and that she had a stroke, and possibly brought on, by some combination of the high blood pressure and what they said appeared to be COVID-related heart damage.
Okay. Okay. Then what you did?
I don't know. I wanted to be gone as as quickly as possible. I didn't want to be in the house anymore. I think sometime early the next week, I got her parents into an apartment in Hilton Head.
Okay. So early the next week?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So you drove them to Hilton Head?
Yeah. They packed up their car. I packed up my car with their stuff. We went to a storage unit and their storage unit.
Okay.
They have one right in Hilton Head, and then to the apartment. And I moved them in.
Okay.
I went back. I packed up my stuff. I believe I left that night. I drove to Jacksonville to get mail. I had mail there that couldn't be shipped. So I did
Mail that couldn't be shipped.
It had alcohol in it. A friend had shipped me some beer, but they did it the right way, via UPS. And
So you picked up some mail in Jacksonville.
Yep. Somebody contacted me and said that they had cremated her body. I was extremely upset. I thought that I was going to get to make a decision on where she was sent.
You know who that person was?
No. He said that the fee was $5,000 payable in cash.
Okay. Did you pay that?
I did. I met him the next day in Montgomery. I withdrew $5,000 in cash and gave it to
Montgomery,
Alabama.
Okay.
I believe Montgomery.
And how much? I mean, he's 5,000 cash, and then describe him to me.
He was. I mean, I saw him kind of very briefly.
White male, black male?
White male, dark hair, average builds, you know, average height, probably 5'8" to 5'10". You know, I gave him the money. He gave me, you know, a bag with her ashes in it. I had ordered I had overnighted myself an urn, so I had something to put it in.
And where's her ashes now?
I scattered them at Havre de Grace.
Okay.
The Chesapeake was one of her favorite places, and it's considered the mouth of the Chesapeake. I scattered the ashes there, and I dropped our.
Where did you said you paid $5,000 cash. Where did you meet him at?
I met him right in downtown. I believe it was Montgomery. It's whichever one of Birmingham and Montgomery is further north.
You mean, you know, like meet at Winkies, or where did you meet?
No, he gave me a street address, and like just on the side of the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you met side of the road.
Yeah.
And he had the ashes.
Yeah.
How were they packaged?
They were in a thick, clear plastic bag with then like a kind of like nicer velvet bag around them.
Okay. What was he driving?
I think an older white SUV, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
That's what sticks in my mind.
But he called and provided you with the address to meet side of the road.
He called.
But you don't remember the address or anything around?
No. I remember it was kind of like down. This is my first time in Alabama.
Okay.
Connecting. But you know, it seemed like kind of like the downtown area.
What else did he give you?
He didn't give me anything else. So he gave me that. I gave him the money.
Did you ever inquire about a death certificate?
No, I did not. No, I should have.
Okay. And then what happened?
I drove to St. Louis per Jim's instructions.
Had you told Jim that she had passed away, that Minnie passed?
Yes, I had.
Did you tell that she had passed? I know mother and father.
Mother and father, they told her brothers, her best friend,
Who's that?
Angela Wynn,
Okay.
a former co-worker of hers, Elizabeth Seeger.
Okay. You said best friend. Who was that?
Angela Wynn.
I didn't write that down fast enough. You
No,
said it.
that's okay. Yeah, W-Y-N-N.
Okay.
Angela Elizabeth. Her prior boss, Joe West, he was kind of hard to get in touch with.
Joe West.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
Her friend DJ, I forget, David John, I think is his name.
Okay.
Or David, I don't know.
David something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And her friend Anisha, I forget Anisha's last name. Well, Pryor.
Okay. Okay. And so then, after you left Montgomery, you said you went to
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yep.
What did you do in St. Louis?
Filed for a legal change of name.
Okay. And what did you change your name to?
Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And that's what we put on the
Yeah.
form, okay? Okay.
We picked out that last name together. We had been given a list of choices from Jim,
Okay.
what he thought were fairly anonymous, one-syllable names, and
How can I get in touch with Jim?
I don't know.
Okay. How would you get in touch with Jim?
He would message me daily, and I would respond. His number would change, and then I would just switch to the new number.
I mean, because you said you changed phones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when you get out, how are you going to get in touch with Jim, I guess?
I don't know. I haven't been in touch with him for.
Okay. He'd have to find you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you said at first that he told Mindi he was an FBI agent?
Yeah. Yeah, we had both filed online reports about things, and then he showed up at the house.
Alright, so you've changed your name. Where'd you go from there?
From there, I went to Pennsylvania to see a friend.
Okay.
And then I went to
And who's that friend?
Sam Kolesnik.
I think I'm going to last name.
Kolesnik.
K-O-L. Okay. Okay.
Now my wife.
Okay,
This is
all right.
pretty quick thing.
And you said it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Had you and her had an online relationship for quite a while?
No.
Okay. When did you meet Sam?
We started talking kind of that fall.
The fall of
Fall of 2020.
2020?
No, sorry, 2022.
Fall of 2022. So you and Mindi were still together?
Yep.
Okay. How did y'all meet?
Twitter.
Okay. Okay. And so then you the relationship developed then?
Yeah.
Or-
Yep. I went to Charlottesville to see some friends. We still kind of lived in that area.
Okay. And what happened then?
Jim told me to move to Wilmington.
Okay. So when did you get married?
April 21st.
Okay. So you married Sam. Okay. And Jim said move where?
Told me to Wilmington,
Okay. In Wilmington, North Carolina?
Delaware.
Delaware, okay. And did you?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then where did you move?
Then I was there for a little over 2 months, and then I moved to Pennsylvania,
Okay.
Lancaster area.
You mentioned earlier that your car had burned.
Yeah, so two things happened,
Okay.
which led me to stop talking to Betsy and Frank. We had a conversation, and I had mentioned that I was in Wilmington, and several nights later, I was unpacking some things into the place I was staying. This was in February. And came down, and somebody was in the car. Grabbed a backpack with 2 computers and a phone in it and took off.
So 2 computers and a phone,
Yeah.
and so they were stolen when?
February of this year, 2023.
Okay. And did you report those stolen?
I did not.
Okay.
I spoke to Jim. He said that he felt it was very suspicious that this had happened. Right after I had told Betsy and Frank where I was, and that he was going to take some time to look through, to look into the situation.
Okay.
Just over a month later, I was driving and my car started acting funny and then burst into flames.
How long had you been driving that day? It's like it immediately started up, you drove in and burned?
An hour or 2.
Okay.
I was coming down a hill to make a turn. It felt like it was a little harder to steer than it should have been.
Okay.
I felt something a little strange. I smelled something a little strange.
Okay.
That at that point I wasn't sure what it was. Around here you get a lot of farm smell, so that's not unusual. I stopped at a point where it seemed fairly, straight in both directions. It was kind of a windy road. There wasn't a shoulder, and realized there was smoke in the car. I got out. I crossed over, so I was out of traffic, and realized that my phone was on the passenger seat.
Okay.
I opened the passenger door and fire kind of came out right at me. I hit my head on a tree. I had some burns.
Did you get your phone?
I did get my phone.
Okay. You hit your head on the tree and it had some burns.
Yeah, I burned. I don't know if you can still tell or not. I don't have a mirror. This eyebrow. I lost a lot of hair on the side of the head. I had some face and neck burns.
And you just told me, but I don't want to face now, but that would have been when?
This was March 20th.
Okay, March 20th. All right.
So,
Did you call the fire department or were you?
I did. I called 911.
Okay.
I didn't know where I was. I had to find a cross street. Police and fire department came out and paramedics. And then we went to the emergency room later that day, and the nurses were really upset. They said that I had burned hair inside my nostrils.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sign that fire has come down the throat, and
Okay. Yeah.
So I have not, I don't know what caused the fire. It was in the same area that the bag was stolen from, which is something that didn't raise my suspicion, but at the same time, that last year's Ford Explorers had some fire issues. So
those Ford Explorers?
yeah, they had multiple recalls
Okay.
for
Was it fire in the engine compartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
The gentleman who towed it, I went out to look at it, and it appeared to be, he said it appeared to have started in the passenger side of the engine block, but he couldn't be, he couldn't be sure.
The driver said passenger side of the engine block.
Yeah. So I've,
What did your insurance company say?
the insurance company seems to think it was mechanical and not tied to that. They just asked at the end of last week for the title so that
Okay.
they could close it out. So that it might not be related at all.
So you haven't got a check yet?
Yeah.
Okay. The same.
Yeah, it's taken a while.
What company is it?
Cure?
Who?
Cure? C-U-R-E. It's a small regional company.
Okay. You might want to change insurance.
Yeah, no, that's I've been told.
Do you remember how much you paid for it?
43, 44.
Okay. You'll probably get like 20.
This is 38. I was actually surprised. Yeah, I was very surprised. Yeah, so shortly after the fire, my friend Cameron Nelson reached out and said that Betsy had called her and said that she had been told I died in an accident.
And what did Cameron tell her?
So Cameron at this point and I had not spoken in a little while. Cameron said that she had not heard from me. She said that Betsy asked if she knew where my will or trust may have been drawn up. And Cameron said she did not know. And
Did you ever call him and tell him you were alive?
I did not. I was a little concerned about where I spoke with Jim. Probably one of the last times we spoke, and I said, why do they think I'm dead? And he said that he had not had any contact with them, and that he didn't know. He didn't know where that had come from. And that he would recommend not contacting them.
When's the last time you talked to Jim?
Last time I talked to Jim was probably sometime that week, the last week of March,
Okay.
maybe the following week, maybe the first week of April.
Okay, and when's the last time you physically saw him?
Last time I physically saw him was, I think, the first week I got to Wilmington. He showed up.
Okay. And when was that?
It was the week between Christmas and New Year's.
What's the last phone you used to contact Jim with? Do you still have it?
I do still have it, though it doesn't still have service on it.
Okay. So if we needed a number for Jim, we could get it off that phone.
I think so, yeah, it should still be in the signal there.
But did he only communicate you through Signal, or where you get like emails from him, or?
No, I don't think I've ever received an email from him.
Okay.
So
how did y'all share the software development if you never emailed?
He can send files through Signal.
Okay.
Do you know what company Jim was selling, or bring the software to?
No.
He wouldn't know?
No, I mean, he said different, like at some points he said Microsoft, you know, at some points he said, you know, maybe there would be a government use, but I was never sure, and I thought that was kind of part of the point for him was that he didn't want me to know. Okay. So I guess you're telling me I didn't scatter Mindy's ashes.
What's that?
I didn't scatter Mindy's ashes.
You didn't scatter Mindy's ashes. What about what happened next? What do you remember next?
Honestly, things have, you know, things have been kind of quiet lately. You know,
Let me ask you again about Jim, just to make sure I understand. How did you meet Jim?
he showed up at the house one day. I was at work and spoke with Mindy.
Okay. And came to the house where?
Alexandria.
Okay. So and then he kind of followed y'all down and kept following you and.
Yeah. I don't know where he was normally. I don't know where he resides. I don't know.
And he says he's a white male.
White male, probably late 40s, light brown hair, gray on his temples. I don't know. Between 5'10" and 6 foot, I would guess.
Okay.
Fairly slim.
Do you know where he could have been originally from or what company he worked for?
No.
Okay.
No, he didn't.
He just first introduced as FBI.
Yeah, I wasn't there that day. You know, later on, you know, when we asked about it, you know, there were so during like 2018 and 2019, there were, you know, there's just, you know, points where things would get like really scary, and we would, and there was like a weekend where he said, you know, he felt that we would be safer leaving the house for the weekend. I think it was a holiday weekend.
So he's just doing this basically for free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he works basically security for free?
Yeah.
Okay. And he moved multiple states?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you saw him in multiple
we've seen him in multiple states, yeah.
So when we moved, you would see him, he would come and...
Yeah, and I don't know if he, you know...
You'd see him in a new location?
We'd see him in a new location. I don't know, you know, I've assumed that he was actually living in the, you know, the low country area, the Savannah, Hilton Head area. When we were there, just because we saw him more often there than we'd seen him anywhere else.
And at some point, tell me about how the software thing became. Maybe I were sitting drinking beer and come up with that.
No. He had said that he could introduce me to somebody. He put me on the phone with somebody. He said, you know, needed this, and you know, it would be a way, you know, when I was getting uncomfortable leaving the house every day, and was also just not happy with the position I was in at the time.
Okay, when he says needed this, describe what this is, because
a way to make money.
Okay.
Yeah. So he thought it would offer a way to make money for me.
What's the software for?
It was AI analyzing large bits of it, like an intelligence analysis.
Okay.
Did you have any background in that?
Yeah, I had originally majored in computer science in college. It was something I'd done in high school, and then I got to college and said, you know, after a couple semesters that I thought I'd switch and do pre-law instead. And then
And what does Sam know about any of this?
not a lot.
Okay.
Very little.
Does she know anything about your past with your family or anything?
Yes.
Does she didn't know about Jim?
No.
And why? Why'd you choose not to tell her about Jim?
I felt like it has taken me, 5 years to get to, a point, where I can put this behind me.
Okay.
And I didn't want her. I didn't want her to think about that.
Okay. Do you recall going to Home Depot in Savannah?
All the time.
All the time. Which Home Depot did you use?
I think I went to 2 different ones, but the one I went to more is across the street from Parker's.
Okay. You familiar with Victory Drive?
Victory Drive, that's it. Yep.
Do you remember during this time doing a purchase and a knife?
I think so. I think I purchased a couple of things. There were issues at the house with mosquitoes coming up from underneath the house.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I didn't know where they were getting in. So.
Okay. So this was the knife was for mosquitoes to try to determine.
It was to cut screen.
Okay.
So I had in the house I thought they were somehow entering the HVAC somewhere. What I think was actually happening was that they were when they were coming into the house one way, then they would get in the HVAC and move from room to room.
Do you recall? Is that you?
Yeah, that's right.
That's you. And is that the knife you used?
I think so.
Okay. And was this the?
Yeah, I think so.
You recall that time said the date stamp mid-29?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure that's right.
Okay.
I think it was in the car. I think I just saw it.
It was in.
I believe so. The insurance company has the car, so
Okay.
I believe that and the GPS were in the back section. So you get into the very back. You can lift up the like a panel.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a little
terminal.
Yeah. So I thought that it and the GPS,
So GPS.
an extension cord, like stuff like that, were in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that I had it because I left a lot of stuff. With Mindy's dad.
Okay.
A footstool I used to get up and all the because it's all like they were all on the roof.
Okay.
You're a tall guy.
Yeah, but they're not that tall.
What next? What happened next?
I woke up yesterday morning
Okay.
and
And what are you doing as far as work-wise now?
right now I'm looking for my next position.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna restart my law license.
Okay.
That hasn't been an active status in some time,
And what does your wife do?
she works for a food technology company.
Okay. And does she have any kids?
She has one daughter.
And did you talk to her since your arrest?
No.
Okay.
I don't know her phone number. I know that's, I guess it's a,
Just been trust that it's always gonna be on the cell phone.
yeah, that's exactly it. I haven't had to consider a cell phone and a number without a cell phone.
And you mentioned about giving the guys, giving Jim a DNA test sample. Would you be willing to give us one?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a full one. Once you get back to Georgia, we'll be able to have some more information.
How long until I'm back?
Yeah, so the transports are probably, let's see what the day is. It's probably Monday next week.
Okay.
See, the city here is going to be Lancaster, and it's Lancaster County as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They like that.
Virginia has that too. You have like Fairfax County and Fairfax, Virginia. And the cities are their own counties. It's weird.
It's better than Louisiana, it's got parishes. To their little mini states.
I'll let you fill out there and there. And that's basically just a waiver of constitutional rights. I'll let you read it though. Just go through it and I'll get that.
When Jim's car, you'll know it's back on.
Yeah, I mean it was different ones. Yeah, I mean it. You know, it made me think sometimes he was renting or. The one the day I went to. To get the camera was like a sedan, I think dark, like a dark gray or black. But
That's when they went to Target?
yeah, I believe also in the Victory Drive area, that Target. I think there's a Target there. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know if it's.
It's a big plaza. Big plaza.
Did that camera record anything, or was it just live feed?
I think it was just live feed. Like I get like alerts on my phone.
Okay. And was it up during the time that Mindi was at the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see anybody come up there from the house during that period?
I don't recall. I don't remember checking it.
Okay.
I mean, like I would mostly like check it like when like Frank and Betsy were coming back, or when I was about to come back, just to make sure there was nobody sitting out front. Like you got a lot of traffic there, so like little things were always going, like the little alerts.
Without it, just hoping from that side. I'm sure you shape it up. Same way it's not painful or anything, you know how it is. Okay. So what I'm going to do is get you just to initial it or sign it.
How did she die?
Cause of manner is going to be in the official report, but that's something we probably don't need to release right now.
Okay.
We may be able to ask from our district attorney to be able to tell you that when you get back.
Okay.
So you went to 21 years in Milwaukee? school?
To go to school, yeah. Like, high school, 4 years of undergrad, 3 years of law school, and then an LLM program, which I think it took me 2 years.
What colleges did you go to?
Boston University, Northeastern Law, and then Georgetown for the LLM.
Okay. Not all VA through the Navy. While you were in the Navy, you did all that?
No, so the Navy only sends you to law school if you are already like an officer, like, and you've done a couple years. So I did college and law school on my own, and then I used the GI Bill for the LLM.
How long were you in the Navy for?
10 years.
10 years.
Ish. So I came on active duty 2008. I guess I left active duty 2017, but I had some reserve time before. I had inactive reserve time before, and then drilling reserve time after.
What made you decide to get out?
The moving, the Navy JAG Corp puts a big impetus on geographic diversity, as they call it. So.
Geographic diversity.
Yeah, so we were talking about starting a family, and
Sign over, you can wait till you get the other one if you want to. I gotta see what up. So, you put the date on it for me too?
It's
13.
May 13th. Right about there.
Sign it now.
So if you don't mind me asking, when was the last time there was a good time today?
I think things started getting bad 2017.
A lot of stuff happened in 2017.
Yeah.
Any particular reason that it went bad between you and him?
I don't know. So it started with Chris and Mindi. Things getting bad, and I was seeing a therapist at the time who felt that there were some really unhealthy family dynamics, and that I should set some boundaries, and the reaction. I spent a lot of time really thinking through how to frame things, and thought that it was kind of a not asking him to take sides, but the reaction was awful.
Did you and your brother, what was your brother's name?
Chris.
Chris, did you and Chris get along when y'all were younger, or just the?
When we were younger, we did, yeah.
So pretty much just Mindi was one that.
Yeah, they had a kind of series of conversations that went very poorly, and
What politics was it?
so not directly though. Like at one point, she posted something that was about politics, and he took it to be very personal.
Date it to you.
23. Wait, how many?
23, 5, 13, 23.
I don't know if I named these 23.
Can't find out.
I'm
We'll
sorry.
find one right date.
Um,
Transfer to store diary.
yeah, it was the day that Congressman Scalise was shot in Alexandria, and she had posted something about like how toxic things are, that this is happening, and
What kind of work did she do on that?
she worked at an advocacy company called the ASPBA, the American Society for Plastic Bag something. So she did advocacy work for the plastic bag industry.
Okay.
And she left that to run an event company and launch a podcast about women.
Okay. And that was back early,
Yeah, so that was late 2017. I think she started that.
how did you meet her?
We met online on like a dating app.
Okay.
I forget which one. Only Fish or something.
Yeah, some things we can't answer at this point. Yeah, I tell you we can't. But if you have any questions, you have any questions of us.
I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this. I mean, this is.
So when you get back to Georgia next week, we'll sit down with you again.
Okay.
Basically give you a ride to Savannah to try to help.
Okay.
So be thinking more about that location.
Okay.
Because it's going to be very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you can think of?
I mean, just how was y'all's relationship throughout the entire marriage? Y'all good?
I mean, we had some really stressful couple of years, but
what stressed you out about? Just the moves? Or?
yeah, the moves, feeling like we were in danger, the stuff with Frank, I don't know, Frank, I felt like Frank really changed, and I don't know if it was the stuff with his boss or his accident or just he just got sick of us, but
You talking about her brother?
yeah, I'm sorry, her brother.
What about her father? How did you get along with him?
I got along well with him. They had always had a difficult relationship, and got worse at certain points. He's somebody who likes to make jokes at other people's expense. It is what it is. I think they had a very hard time getting along over the years.
Well, what about your relationship with Betsy? How was that?
Good. I mean, I thought of her as a mother. She's Mindi and she were very, very close.
Earlier when I told you I was in Liberty County, you looked taken aback. It's outside Savannah, Georgia.
Okay.
And obviously, this investigation involves my jurisdiction. So, have you ever been to Liberty County or know anything? I mean, you said you stayed at home a lot.
Yeah, I mean, not to the best of my knowledge, but it's possible.
Okay. Day-to-day activities, you pretty much worked on the computer?
Worked on the computer, yeah. Take out the dog, work on the computer. See what Mindi needed.
Did she have any hobbies or activities that you wanted to do? Or?
She had been reading a lot. She liked to color. She had talked about doing something creative again. You know, I think she really enjoyed the.
Hey, this is Tracy upstairs. We're just letting you know. This is Tracy. I'm upstairs in the interview room. I was just letting you know we were finishing up. Sergeant Fisher is who I'm looking for.
So you met only fish. Do you remember?
Yeah, he was supposed to come let us back out.
Places you went to?
Yeah, we went to a restaurant called Backwall Hitch in Alexandria. It was our first day. It's down by the water.
That's good. Yes, sir. Come on. That's it. We'll be back in touch. Appreciate you talking with us.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You saw obviously $11. You were doing that.
4 6.
Your Honor, that completes the morning, the afternoon session from the state.
All right. Do you mind if Agent Sands steps down?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete the presentation of evidence today. So we're done for the weekend. Of course, I hope you have a great weekend, but I want to emphasize very strongly that you not have any access to any media accounts regarding this trial. It is so important that we maintain the integrity of this jury. So please abide by the previous discussions. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday at 8:45. Thank you very much. All right, the jury's out. We are adjourned.